We humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we take item numbered 5, correction of votes and proceedings in the absence of official reports. Page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, yes, page 14.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, may I respectfully recommend that under page 14, item 3, paragraph I, we, beyond recognizing Honorable Ablaji Fagumashi as the MP, if we could kindly add his ministerial portfolio as well, her ministerial portfolio as well. I think that's a standard practice, as in page 16, the Honorable Minister for Sports has also been.
Very well, table of use, take note. Page 15. Yes.
Speaker, again, just a minor one. Item 1, the very last line. I recommend that we delete the word Mr. after chairman and insert doctor. The Honorable Ernest Henry Nogbe is now a doctor. Thank you.
Honorable member, we repeatedly indicate in this house, persistently, that when the person wants such title to be used, he or she must write to the table office. So in the absence of that, I think it's about time for us to stop this kind of corrections. Yes?
Speaker, I don't intend to challenge your powers, but if you kindly indulge me, you may walk with me to page 23. Here, he's been acknowledged as Dr. Ernest Nogbe. So I'm only seeking consistency, Speaker, with the greatest respect, sir.
So table office, cross-check and be consistent. Page 16. 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Yes, page 27.
Speaker, thank you so much. I was up on page 27. So, item 1, line 1. The committee met on Wednesday, 4th December, per the calendar we have for 2025. Wednesday, December should be 3rd. And so, if the committee really met on Wednesday, then it should be 3rd. But if they met on 4th December, then that should be Thursday. Speaker.
Table office, cross-check. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Please kindly permit me to take you back. Page 7, number 33. I was present in the House yesterday.
Very well, table office, take note. Page 28. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Item 2, paragraph IV. The Honorable Albert Tete Nyakote, the title Mr. should be deleted, then we insert Doctor. Again, item 3, II. Dr. Bosman Asari is the Deputy Chair, Corporate Affairs. Over here, just written corporate, so if we could complete that. Then again, item 3V, Mr. Kofi Che, we delete that word and insert Dodu. Thank you.
What again is the basis of saying it should be Dr. Nyakote?
Speaker, rightly, the document I hold recognizes him as a holder of PhD.
How come you are seeing it as a holder of PhD and I'm not seeing it?
Look, Speaker, if you refer to the list of members present and absent, you see it there.
Very well. You are referring to the attendance?
Yes, sir.
Very well.
Thank you, Speaker.
Very well. But sometimes we need not blame the table office in the sense that this is a committee attendance. If this is how the attendance was brought to their notice, they are not supposed to add anything to it. So I don't think it's an error that will call for correction. Because basically, they don't take down the attendance list of the members present or absent in a meeting. So I don't think we should bother ourselves correcting titles regarding attendance at a meeting. Honourable members, is that okay? If it is attendance in Parliament, then we can urge upon the table office to use the correct designation. But if it is attendance at a meeting, then we have to task the clerk of the committees to make sure they furnish the table office with the correct title. Other than that, we cannot blame our vote and proceedings for it. Page 29. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of Wednesday. Yes, Honourable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to take you back to page 6. I've been on my feet since, but you were looking. Yesterday, Dr. Yene was present in the House. The AG, he stayed here for more than 4 hours, but he's marked absent. So if the table office can correct that.
Table office take note by Honourable Richard Achampong, who were at page 6. You were not on your feet. So it's therefore very misleading to say that at page 6, you were on your feet. Table office, take note accordingly. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of Wednesday, 10th December 2025, as corrected, is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, message from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, dated 10th December 2025, from the Jubilee House. Right Honourable Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, I write to formally notify you of my intention to travel outside the country tomorrow, 11th December 2025, to Nairobi, Kenya, to attend the Jumri Day celebration at the invitation of His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, scheduled for 12th December 2025. Following this engagement, I will proceed to Abuja, Nigeria, to participate in the 68th Ordinary Summit of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS on 14th December 2025. I am expected to return to Ghana on 15th December 2025. In my absence, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, shall perform my functions in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution. Signed, John Dramani Mahama. Address to the Right Honourable Speaker, Office of Parliament, Parliament House, Accra. Copy to the Vice President, Jubilee House, Accra, and the Chief of Staff, Jubilee House, Accra. Honourable members, this is the communication from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Honourable members, before proceeding with the other items on the order paper, permit me to introduce students from Compassion International Ghana, led by Mercy Mausi Kukai, Youth Development Specialist from Okaikwe North Constituency, the numbered 73. We also have students from Ashama Technical and Vocational School, led by Salvation Maulom Koku. They are is a municipal director from Ashama, the number 70. Honorable Nogbe, your students are here.
You are welcome.
Honorable Dr. Nogbe, your students are here. Then we also have students from Wesley Grammar Senior High School, led by Victoria Akuyo Sedaga, Assistant Director NCCE, Ablekuma North. They are from Ablekuma North constituency. They numbered 58. We also have Akresi MA Junior High School, led by Julieta Siedu, head teacher. They are from Okuapim South constituency. They also numbered 70. Honorable members, on your behalf, I welcome our dear students to Parliament of Ghana and hope they will have a very fruitful visit to Parliament. Once again, you are welcome. May you all kindly resume your seats. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will crave your indulgence to alter the order of business today by going to the item number 8 on page 10 of the other paper, and that is at the commencement of public business, to lay a few papers here and Ben. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So we'll look at 8A, please.
Honorable members, at commencement of public business, presentation of papers, item numbered 8A by the majority leader and leader of government business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader is not available at the moment, so I'm asking your permission to do that on his behalf. Thank you.
Deputy Minority Leader, the indication is, thank you very much. Yes, you may then have the floor to lay the item numbered 8A.
Budget Performance Report of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAD, for the period January to December 2024.
Honorable members, the budget performance report has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies for consideration and reports. Item numbered 8B.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health is not available at the moment. So, again, we ask your permission for the Minister to lay that on his behalf.
Which Minister? Is it Minister for Transport?
Akambayo.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader is not giving us reasons why the Minister is not here. And the Minister have a deputy. And where is the Deputy Minister for Health? So if the Minister is not here, where is his deputy? And you should tell us, don't just say the Minister is here, I want the Minister of State to do. Where is the Minister? Why is he not here to carry his business?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry has a very important function this morning. So they will be here in about 30 minutes. But you see that we varied order of business. That is why at the time that we are taking the report, they are not here. That's why we are praying. But the first deputy minority whip, he knows. You shouldn't litigate this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any difficulty.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee
She has already bowed, yes.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tamale Teaching Hospital for the year 2024.
Honorable members, the annual statement by the Audit Committee for Tamale Teaching Hospital for the year 2024 has been duly presented and it is referred to the Health Committee for consideration and reports. Item numbered 8C. Yes, table office. Chairman of the committee at Bow.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Agreement on Privileges and Immunities of the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria 2011.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honourable members. Item number 8D. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the chairman is still here. So I would ask for Honorable Nyakute to, who is a member of the committee, to do that on his behalf. Thank you.
Yes. First Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any difficulty.
Yes. Honourable member of the committee, you have the floor.
Report of the Committee on Energy on the GMPC work program and budget for the year 2026.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for the distribution to members. Item numbered 8E. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Road and Transportation on the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for the distribution to members. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, now we will do 9B. 9B, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, presentation and first reading of bills. Item numbered 9B. Item numbered 9B. Yes, Majority Leader. Minister for Sports. The presentation of item numbered 9B is deferred. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister is not here. So I will indulge you that we ask the Minister for Transport to do that on his behalf. We're just laying the paper, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I can speak.
Honourable Majority Leader, the presentation of this item is accordingly deferred. Any other business?
Mr. Speaker, indeed, yes, we have other businesses to conduct. Mr. Speaker, may we turn to the motions and take motion number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Motion numbered 12. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to draw the attention of the majority chief whip. If we can rather do motion 11 10 and 11 because the chairman is here. But the 12th, the parliamentary affairs, the chairman is not here yet, so that we can get him to come. But we can do motion 10 and 11. My indication is that the chairman is here and he said it, so we can do that. If you are also opposed to government business, that's fine.
Mr. Speaker, I am not opposed at all, but why is the chairman not here? Where is your chairman? Mr. Speaker, where is the chairman? Produce your chairman. Speaker, we'll take...
Majority Chief Whip, that is opposition language.
Yes.
What is your chairman?
Mr. Speaker, so in the event, we'll take 10 and 11 accordingly. Yes. So 10 first.
Very well. Item number 10 at page 11 of today's order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest on the allocation of the sum of 97,170,976 for the services of the Office of Head of Civil Service for the year ending 31st December 2026. I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
So, Honourable Chairman of the committee, in moving the motion, kindly present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, in presenting the report, I want the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, we all know the functions, the core functions of the Office of Head of Civil Service. And we also realized that there were little issues relating to some of these functions. An amount of 76,304,797 was approved for the year 2025, out of which 61,982,000 was released. And with the release, an amount of 59,394,956.41 was expended. Right, Honorable Speaker, when you look at outlook for 2026, their core function was to continue with the review of the Civil Service Act and regulations for 1960, establish the service work crèche facility for the offices, strengthening of counseling units of the office, and among others, organize the 2026 Civil Service Week celebration and the 2025 award ceremony. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the observations, before I move to the actual figures, we realize that there's the need for some form of reforms of the government secretarial school, such that they will be more meaningful to the sector. With regards to their database and the archival materials, we realize that there are a lot of files piled up, and there's the need for us to get more funds for the center to preserve all these documents. And we realize that the budgetary allocation for the year 2025.
Honorable Member, the Hansard has captured all the reporters having been read. Therefore, in conclusion.
Thank you very much. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, I therefore recommend to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 97,170,976 for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Office of Head of Civil Service for the year ending 31st December 2026. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, motion moved, report presented. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion listed 10 on page 11 of today's order paper, that the committee recommend the approval of 97,107,976 for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Office of the Head of Civil Service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the report on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a very quick observation about the report so that the ministry will take action on it. Mr. Speaker, if you turn to page 12 of the report, the officers reported to the committee. I was a member of the committee. They just sacked me from that committee without informing me.
Honorable Member, we know how committees are composed.
So, Mr. Speaker,
we know how membership of committees are supposed to be removed.
Mr. Speaker, just by the way, so... But the point remains that I've been sacked from that committee. And who is not a member of the committee?
Honorable Member, let me substitute a correct word. You've been removed from that committee.
Okay, I've been removed.
Very well, very well. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, they have a school and they train their own staff and other people go there for training. But by the end of the day, when it comes to recruitment, they don't engage those people that they've trained. They go outside the people they've trained and engage different people. And they bring those people they've engaged for them to train them again. And it's a cost to the state. So this is something we need to fashion out and make sure that the people that they've trained should be migrated into the system than to train them, leave them, and go and engage different people, bring them to the institution for another training. So those people that you've trained, what is their use? So these are some of the things the institution must take up and make sure that we spend money, resources to engage those people, train them. Let's put them into the service than to bring new people, train them again. It doesn't make any economic sense to the institution. So these are some of the things the ministry must take up, and then we find a lasting solution to it. I support the committee's report so that we will approve the sum of 97,170,976 Ghana cedis for the operations of the institution for 2026 year. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Patrick Yawama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just to add my voice to the motion on the floor and to draw attention to paragraph 7. It's not numbered, I think the second paragraph, that the civil service organized a sensitization workshop for offenses from 3 of its training institutions and 4 of its departments on the topic Understanding the Whistleblower Amendment Act 2023, Act 1103, as part of its effort to implement the National Anti-Corruption Action Plan. Mr. Speaker, why do I want to dwell on this? Mr. Speaker, very often, corruption issues, politicians are the ones that the whole country or the world looks at. It's very important that the civil service structure is taking this necessary step to encourage the training of our civil servants. Mr. Speaker, a lot of things happen in the civil service structure with regards to corruption. And every government must be very serious about the efficiency of the civil service that it inherits. Because if you don't have a strong, competent civil service structure, all your policies, your programs will suffer. Mr. Speaker, so it's very important that government invest more in the training of our civil servants to adhere to clear guidelines and principles against corruption. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, if you look at there's a paragraph on PRAD, that's the Public Records and Archival Department, which is supposed to store valuable information and data across the country. Mr. Speaker, I think it's under paragraph 11.2. The agency lacks the requisite financing to be able to house some of the very important national data, and are requesting that the National Information Technology Agency, that's NITA, the agency be responsible in the storage of vital information. Mr. Speaker, but I think PRAD, as set out, must be given the necessary resources to be able to have its own database. Because in this world, Mr. Speaker, data is gold. And if we have all our public records that we require as a country, and PRAD is not being resourced, there come a time that we will need some vital information that will be missing. Mr. Speaker, I say this on record, that during the maritime dispute, Ghana had to go back to PRAD for some very important documents to enable us litigate with our brothers on the West Coast, that's Cote d'Ivoire. So such an institution ought to be given the requisite resources. The database has to be modern, and the right personnel recruited to house the information that I'm talking about. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Asafo-Adjei. Then I'll come to Honourable Adongo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also support the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to add a few things. Mr. Speaker, I take the House to paragraph 11.4. Mr. Speaker, it has the heading Appointment of Office of Chief Directors. Mr. Speaker, with your leave and your permission, I want to read.
Honourable Member, make your comment without necessarily reading.
The Deputy Executive Secretary of CLOSAC.
Honourable, the Hansard has captured it,
yes.
so make your point.
Mr. Speaker, for emphasis.
Make your point.
For emphasis. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, make your point. It's already in the Hansard.
So I'm making my point, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying that for emphasis, you will notice that all the chief directors that have been appointed in the office are directors or members that have been seconded from other ministries, which CLOSAC feels and think that it is counterproductive. From outside the ministries, which CLOSAC feels that it is counterproductive, and it is not building the morale of members of CLOSAC and members who have been serving and duly recognized to grow within the stages. The Speaker, I had wanted to raise the issue of PRAD, but my senior Honorable Patrick Boma has raised it. Just to add that when you even look at the charges PRAD charge per space for storage, the Speaker, is woefully inadequate. And I'll ask that if the House would, the House or the Ministry will look at something very substantial that can help them also raise some funds to support their operations. That would be grateful. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I want to recommend that the amount I support that 97,170,966 Ghana cedis be approved for the office of the head of civil service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Razika Dongo, it's now your turn to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the committee's report, but to re-emphasize the need for the state to pay particular attention to the preservation of very important records and data Mr. Speaker, the issue of PRAD has been a perennial problem. We have always complained that PRAD is not being resourced enough to be able to keep our records. And in these contemporary times, data should be digitalized. We should not have data sitting on files in people's offices, and anytime we have leakages, we basically lose everything. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that PRAG must have a database, but that database can sit at the National Data Center, and it is the very reason why we constructed a data center to house all our national data. So PRAG should work towards, getting a space within the data center and be resourced enough to develop a database that can help us to store this data. On the issue of this, the government secretarial schools, Mr. Speaker, today, typewriters are no more in use. And those schools are basically secretarial schools that train people in the use of typewriters that we don't have them anymore. Stenographer secretaries are no more available, which means that we need to reform that institution to become a better institution for building capacity of the civil service. And there are several courses that can be provided in those institutions across the country so that the state can benefit from the productivity that it generates. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would like to support the approval and adoption of the committee's report.
Yes, minority leadership. Minority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, you can put the question.
Very well. Majority leadership. Majority leadership, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think you should put the question, please.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion number 10 at page 11 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted, and that this Honourable House approves the sum of 97,170,976 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Head of Civil Service for the year ending 31st December 2026. Honorable members have been prevailed upon to wear a reverse gear to take item numbered 910 once the minister is in our midst, before we move to item number 11. Yes, minister responsible for sports and recreation, item numbered 9B.
An act to establish the Ghana Sports Fund to provide sustainable funding for sports development in the country and sports for development, to provide for the management of the fund and for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read for the first time and referred to the Committee on Youth and Sports for consideration and reports. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 97.3. If the Minister can give us more.
Honourable Minister, in 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think there is time allocation for this. He can explain as much as he can. And we don't even have the copies.
Well, in these matters, I'm the manager of the time. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, which order did you say he's coming under? Mr. Speaker, may I refresh our memories of what Order 97 says? 97. Oh.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Yes, 97. Listen, Mr. Speaker.
What it means is 97.3.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, 97.3. This is what 97 says. Don't worry, I'll get to 3. Yeah, okay, let me read 97.3. 97.3 is a short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper. A paper. I repeat, a paper. Where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. Mr. Speaker, is it a paper that is being presented? Is it a paper? No. Read the interpretation provisions of the order, the standing orders. A bill is not a paper. A bill is not a paper. A bill is a distinct, document. It is not a paper. Mr. Speaker, so let's go to the interpretation clause and see if a bill is ever defined as a paper. Paper is reports and things in that category. A bill is a specific type of instrument that is introduced in this paper, in this parliament. So you cannot say that when a bill is introduced that there should be an explanation. A bill already has a characteristics which makes provision for what you are requesting for. A bill must have a memorandum. Is that okay? And it is that memorandum that explains. So, Mr. Speaker, he will not be able today to obstruct the Minister for Sports. He is out of order, and he should be ruled as such.
Honourable Member, I strongly believe this is not a matter for us to debate. Honourable Members, if you go to page 2 of our standing orders, bill means a draft of an act of parliament. Honourable Members, if we move to page 7, paper means a document other than a bill, constitutional or statutory instrument, or a petition presented to Parliament. Honourable Members, if we then move to the relevant order, Order 97, it states clearly, and if I may read, the relevant provision is 97.3. A short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper, where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. Honourable Members, having looked at the definition of a bill at page 2 of the order paper, Order 6, and having looked at the same Order 6 at page 7, the definition of a paper, the conclusion is that a bill is not a paper for which a short explanation should be given at its presentation. I would accordingly sustain the objection by not asking the minister so to do.
Mr. Speaker, in so doing, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the standing orders, one thing I can say is that it is something that if the majority leader is saying that Order 97.3 doesn't comply, then, Mr. Speaker, I now come under Order 1633. Order 1633. Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I read Order 1663. After the presentation of a bill, a member may ask the sponsor to offer a short explanation statement on the bill, and the sponsor shall comply. Mr. Speaker, I so do so.
Very well. Having come under the appropriate order, then I will then proceed to ask the minister to give a short explanation to the bill being introduced. So, Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, it's quite clear that over the years, this House have had challenges to deal with many issues that affects funding in our sports generally. We have had instances where the ministry I superintend over has been described as a football ministry because funding is mostly secured to support just football. When indeed, when we talk about sports, it goes beyond football. There have been many attempts to put together a funding system that will enable the ministry execute its program by bringing on board many more sporting disciplines and supporting them. Cabinet, in its wisdom, gave approval for this bill to be submitted to Parliament for Parliament to consider it so that for the first time, the country will have a sports development fund, a fund that will draw from many sources as indicated in the bill that has been laid before this House, that when approved, we will not have the challenges of funding our sports, and sports will grow to bring about development and support other progressive activities that we do in this country. Mr. Speaker, with these short words, I believe that this will suffice the request of the Deputy Minority Whip and the rules of the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We then move to item number 11 at page 11 of today's order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Yeah. Right, Honorable Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest on the allocation of the sum of 28,636,743 Ghana cedis for the services of the Public Service Commission for the year ending 31st December 2026. I so move.
Honourable Member, in doing so, please present the committee's report.
Honorable Speaker, in presenting the committee's report, I would just ask the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as having been read. And just some few comments, then I'll go to the actual figures. Honorable Chair, we have a situation where CLOSAC attended and still complaining about the single spine salary pay policy, where non-subvented entities are not on. And in answering this, the service told us that there's a proposal currently on table by the President to establish an emolument committee to solve this issue. And we just want to assure the House that we will follow up on that. Besides that, on this issue of appointing people to go on secondment at their respective ministries, and after doing that with no time, they are appointed chief directors of the ministry. It was an issue to the CLOSAC deputy chairman. He raised it and said it most often demoralized a lot of people who are due for promotion to take the chief directorship of their respective ministry. And when this continues, we are of the opinion that if we are not careful, in no time, the service will be politicized. So they admonish Parliament to step in order to address this issue. Right, Honorable Speaker, on this note, I just want to recommend that the House adopts this report and approve the sum of a total of 28,636,743 43 Ghana cedis to enable the Public Service Commission implement its program and activities for the year 2026. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move report presented. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I write to second the motion and make a short comment on the reports presented to the House. Mr. Speaker, I turn the attention of the House to page 10 of the report at 11.5 and 11.6. Mr. Speaker, every employer wants to maximize profits, and then every employee wants the better conditions of service. So there's a thin line that we need to strike a balance. By the end of the day, if there's productivity and profitability, by the end of the day, the employee will get what is due him or her. But the point is, people get to the point that they should be promoted. By the end of the day, they don't get a promotion. And they are also complaining that they engage people from outside the system and put them at the top of the institution. Meanwhile, people have progressed through the ladder of which they are due for promotion. Nobody will attend to them, and they'll bring new people from outside and make them directors, chief directors, and the rest. So these are some of the things as a nation we need to avert our minds to and make sure that those people who have gone through the ladder are promoted, what is due them is given, so that they will give out their best. When there's productivity, you talk about profitability. But you can't sideline the existing staff and bring people from outside the institution, promote them, and you see the workers will be agitating among themselves. So they will never give up their best. So these are some of the things we need to avert our minds to. So by the end of the day, the employees will give out their best, productivity will increase profitability, and then we'll give them what is due them. So the state must pay attention to all these things. We shouldn't take them as if they're government workers, they have security of tenure, so we don't care about their welfare. No. They sign performance contract every year, they give their KPIs, but they don't perform. And we have some institutions which are making losses, but they are being paid bonuses. How do you pay bonuses to an institution which is making losses? You pay bonuses when there's profitability. So these are some of the things we need to avert our minds to and make sure that such institutions are performing and we are getting the right returns from them. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few observations, I don't want us to meet here next year and be repeating ourselves in the same manner. Let's make changes. Let's reset our institutions. Let's make sure that there's value for money and people who are working for the state are also taken care of. So by the end of the day, they go home or they go on pension with good packages and they also give out their best. With these few observations, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable Asafoye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also support the report. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I will only add a few points that was discussed at the committee level. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 11.2, delay in the confirmation of nominees of the president for appointment. Mr. Speaker, they raised the issue of the delays because these are statutory bodies, because the governing bodies are formed by the government, and most often than not, the delays affect them in performance of their duty. Mr. Speaker, they also raised paragraph 11.3, disparities in remuneration for public sector workers. Mr. Speaker, when you look at some of the agencies, the departments, because of the single spine, some of them, their remuneration are not, commensurate with their positions and their titles. And I think if the House would look at this, whilst we are approving the sum of 28,636,743 Ghana cedis for the ensuing year for them, it will be helpful and grateful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Vondi, are you up to contribute? Honorable members, those standing should kindly resume their seat. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, you can put the question now.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of motion numbered 11 at page 11 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. And that this Honourable House adopted the report of the Committee on Public Administration and State Interests and approve the sum of 28,636,743 Ghana cedis for the services of the Public Services Commission for the year ending 31st December 2026. Honourable members, we then move to motion numbered 12 at page 11 of today's order paper. Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopt the report of the Committee on Parliamentary Affairs on the allocation of a sum of 619,443 Ghana cedis for the service of Parliament and parliamentary service for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I pray that the table office capture the report as if it was fully read. Mr. Speaker, in presenting the report, the committee observed certain issues about the budget of the parliamentary affairs. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that the 2024 budget allocation to Parliament was so small and inadequate, and as a result of that, a lot of operational challenges was faced by Parliament during the period. Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed that the absence of budgetary provision for the construction of constituency offices for members of Parliament was not catered in the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, the committee again further observed that the Parliament submit a budget proposal for 4,626 million Ghana cedi for 2026, but this amount was reversed to 1,619 million Ghana cedi, which was so small to cater for the construction of constituency offices for members of Parliament in this respect. Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed that the budget allocation for Parliament has been so significant compared to the total government revenue for 2026. The committee therefore recommended the Minister for Finance consider enhancing parliamentary allocation during the mid-year budget. Mr. Speaker, another observation that the committee made was that the 2026 budget made no provision for the construction of constituency offices for members of Parliament. And we therefore appeal to the Finance Minister in making provision for the mid-year budget. They should add a budget allocation for the construction of constituency offices for members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee also recommends that the House adopt the report and approve a sum of 1,690 million Ghana cedi, 19 million Ghana cedi, 43,000. Mr. Speaker, for the service of Parliament and the parliamentary service for the year 2026 financial year. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion move, report presented. Any seconder to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come under Order 1954 to support the motion of the committee. I pray that the House adopt the report of the Committee on Parliamentary Affairs on the allocation of the sum of 1,619 1,643,682 Ghana cedis for the services of the Parliament and Parliamentary Service for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, your committee met, and looking at the report, since immemorial, Parliament has not gotten its full allocation of the budgetary allocation always allocated to them. Mr. Speaker, we observe that sympathy without relief is like a beef without mustard.
A beef.
We are the chef preparing the food to be put to the table. Yet, people are crying more than the bereaved. We don't get what is due us. If you look at the elevators, our sanitary rooms, is nothing to write home about. Parliament proposed 4,626,812,367 Ghana cedis for the ensuing year, but it was given only 1,619,000,000, which should tell you that it's woefully inadequate. The committee is of the view that we must have a dedicated fund. If not the total revenue, it should be tax revenue. We should get a component, be it 0.5 or 1%
or 10%,
whatever. This house has to come together without any partisanship and make sure that we get what is due Parliament, for Parliament to also work to have a conducive environment. Mr. Speaker, without much ado, I pray this House to support the committee to approve the sum of 1,690,643,682 cedis. I so submit.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, report presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. I will first give the floor to Honourable Kojo Aponkroma.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Just a few comments as I comment in support of the adoption of this report. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I think the subject of allocations to Parliament should be taken a lot more seriously by the executive than is being done now. There's a reason for which priority areas of this republic get a percentage of some revenue lines. The district assemblies get about 5%. Sectors that are important get a certain percentage. Get Fund gets a percentage of more or less sales revenue, as other sectors. The National Health Fund gets a percentage more or less of sales revenue. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, when it comes to Parliament, it is still at the discretion of the executive. And if you look at the amounts that are, first of all, appropriated year by year, it's woefully inadequate. For an arm of government that is responsible for legislation and, more importantly, oversight, the attention that is given to making budgetary allocations to Parliament should be taken a lot more seriously than it is being done now. And we would like to urge strongly on the executive to consider the proposal that a percentage of expenditure should be benchmarked to Parliament as an arm of government. Mr. Speaker, the second point is about strengthening the oversight function. We've made some progress in providing offices for MPs in Accra, here in the Job 600 precincts. But Mr. Speaker, as has been mentioned, MPs have to be meeting constituents in their living rooms, in their bedrooms, in their courtyards, in churches, and in mosques, because MPs still do not have the basic tools of an office and minimum staff in the constituencies to be able to attend to constituents. A lot of constituents complain that I'm looking for my MP, I can't find him, I'm calling him, I can't reach him. is because we haven't provided a structured channel through which constituents can engage with their members of parliament, which is an office for the member of parliament and at least some basic staff in the constituency to enable the member of parliament's office function and serve constituents, whether or not he's outside the country or here in the chamber or some other place. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is a matter of priority that the executive, once again, is urged to consider as we head towards the mid-year review. Allocations are made for various other things. We've been approving billions and billions for several other ministries under the executive. But when it comes to the whole of Parliament, even to provide offices and basic staff in the constituencies so that we can serve our constituents, it is not being attended to. And it's something that needs to be taken a lot more seriously than is done now. Mr. Speaker, my last point. Even for this allocation that has been made, the persons in charge of the parliamentary service must ensure that they prioritize the utilization of this about 1.6 billion Ghana cedis. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Clerk of Parliament, who is the Chief Executive, and the persons in charge must ensure that this allocation is prioritized. Mr. Speaker, over a year now, ventilation in the offices of members of parliament from 11th floor to some of the other floors is non-existent. And we speak about it often here in the chamber. The building is now becoming, for want of a better expression, useless because MPs can't sit in the offices and work because there's no ventilation. Basic things like printers, at least on a floor, so that if a member of parliament and his research officer have done some research to come to the floor and do some work, sometimes you literally have to go to Osu to go and print because as an institution, we haven't provided basic things like printers, at least on the floors. And so, Mr. Speaker, for this allocation that has been made, even while we're saying it's inadequate, we'd like to urge on the Chief Executive and his officers to ensure that the usage is prioritized and that the basic things that must make that building function and MPs have the capacity to stay in and function should be done. It shouldn't all be used for traveling and allowances and other things, but should be used for providing basic things to help us work. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I will endeavor to be very brief and to thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the motion for the approval of the 1.6 billion for the services of Parliament and the Parliamentary Service of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, to refer you to page 9 of your committee's report and to look at the matter raised in paragraph 9.2, constituency offices for members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this was before the parliamentary board that I had the privilege to serve. And the contemplation was that when these offices are constructed, MPs will have liaison officers who will relate between the constituency and MPs who are in Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, my contribution is just on one major issue. The Parliament of Ghana must assert itself and end the funding crisis. Everywhere in the world, Mr. Speaker, Parliament is referred to as being responsible for oversight, including budget oversight and financial oversight. The Honorable Minister for Finance, the Honorable Atuforsen, in his budget hinted about a value for money office. The Parliament of Ghana must complement him with the establishment of the budget office. Ghana needs two important offices. One, the executive is saying a value for money office. Parliament must also have the budget responsibility office. That is what is best practice. Then in concluding, Mr. Speaker, it is my thought that the Parliament of Ghana, because of our checkered past, 137, 137, 138, 106, 169, what is the role of Parliament when it comes to budget and financial statement approval? Mr. Speaker, this House has reduced itself to making comments. When budget is presented, what we do here is that we make comments, and then after the comment, we are told conclude on your comments. Nowhere in the world does a parliament with the responsibility for oversight and a budget with comment and comment. So maybe the Constitutional Review Committee, if Mr. Speaker himself will guide it, must take interest in Article 179. Somewhere when it comes to supplementary estimate, you see definite words like approve. Parliament must approve. When it comes to 179, it's kind of present revenue and expenditure. I haven't seen anywhere in the world. Then, Mr. Speaker, finally, parliamentary diplomacy. In the whole of this report, I have not seen them dedicate a paragraph to tell us what you have been doing at the IPU, CPA, and other levels, ECOWAS Parliament and others. I'm sure proper way of accounting for the money would be to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, to pray on you that the Parliament of Ghana needs to sit right and end its own funding crisis. We should stop holding a calabash every time begging a Minister for Finance to make adequate resources to Parliament. When you say in all functionality that Parliament's primary role is to exercise oversight over the budget. This Parliament of Ghana since 1993 have been failing in that respect. I thank you.
Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to also support that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Parliamentary Affairs by approving an amount of 1,619,443,682 Ghana cedis for the year ending 2026. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to overflog the horse because the respected former leader and Minister for Education and also the former Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Oponkroma, have actually hit the nail right on the center of the head. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be priding ourselves as the guardian of democracy. We cannot say that we have oversight over all arms of government when we are in the pocket of the executive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the allocation of 1.6 billion out of a total request of 4.6 billion clearly is less than 40% of the ask. Mr. Speaker, if I'm asking for 4 billion and you are giving me 1.6 billion, you are basically putting me in your pocket and directing on how I should behave. That is basically what the executive is doing to Parliament. And we have sung this song for far too long, that we need to take complete autonomy. We need to take complete independence. Yet still, the budget comes before this House, we approve it, but we do not make any provision for ourselves, Mr. Speaker. Even when we make, the exchequer, the minister responsible for finance, brings a cap to say that you cannot go beyond 1.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, I think we cannot continue this way. And I think that if the Mr. Speaker comes to this chair and preach that we must ensure that we treat ourselves well, but a budget is coming before this hour and we cannot do anything about it, we sit and look at it, I think that we basically cannot perform our function, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is even more worrying development. They have talked about the fact that our ACs and our, lifters, so Mr. Speaker, people with disability cannot access our offices. If I have a constituent who is disabled, he cannot access my office. 21st century, Mr. Speaker, the House of Parliament, because the escalators, the lifts are not working. Okay, they are not working. And that is the problem we are facing in this house. And we need to talk about these issues. The problem is not parliamentary service. The problem is the minister responsible for finance. That is where the problem is. And we should not be, playing over it. Mr. Speaker, we should not be playing devil advocacy about this issue. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for finance and his deputies are members of parliament. They are members of parliament. They experience firsthand the difficulty members of parliament are going through. But there seems to be some kind of diseases, some basi on the seat, that when you assume the minister responsible for finance, you forget all the problems that your own people were facing. I think we must probably do something about that, because it is for good reasons that we are happy that Mr. Ampim is a member of parliament, that we are happy that Mr. Atufos and Dr. Kesler Atufos is a member of parliament.
But when they assume the seat, Mr. Speaker, they forget about their own members. How do we perform our roles with such an attitude, Mr. Speaker? So I would appeal that, as a matter of principle, mid-year is not far. It's not to incite this out against the executive, but to actually appeal that the executive must take a second look at how they treat Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker mentioned about compensation for members of Parliament across the globe. Members of Parliament in other jurisdictions, in Nigeria, in Kenya, where we have democracy before some of those particular countries. Mr. Speaker, they are paid well. But members of Parliament are based to live with some paltry $2,000 to $3,000. And that is where you are going to depend on for the rest of your constituents. When in other jurisdictions, they are paid well. You pay your driver. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we will need to call the spade, not a big spoon. And I think that the minister responsible for finance, mid-year, must revise it. However, let me probably commend them that our capital expenditure, our CAPEX allocation, has seen some improvement from 80 million to some 300 million. I think that, just to join my colleague and my senior, that these monies should be used judiciously so that when we are accounting and holding the people of Ghana accountable, we must ourselves must also show accountability, transparency in the use of our resources. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you and to support that we approve the amount so stated in the report for the committee, for the parliamentary affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Kabiru. Yes. I thought the minister would be concluding.
Yes.
So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also speak in support of the approval of the estimate for Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's very disheartening in listening and seeing that Parliament has submitted a budget of $4,626,812. And the ministry, upon revise or engagement, said we should rather be given $1,619,464. That is about 35% of what Parliament is asking for. Deputy Minister for Finance, this is very bad that the institution Parliament that you belong to have submitted a budget, 100% of what they requested for, you only give them 35% of what they have allocated. Mr. Speaker, when you know very well that Parliament needs this money, Mr. Speaker, I am not in agreement with the fact that we should wait until mid-year budget for government to review the allocation to Parliament. I think that within this budget, they can be able to find a fiscal space to be able to increase the allocation to Parliament. You are buying 4 helicopters. We don't need 4 helicopters. You are buying 2 luxury jets. We don't need 2 luxury jets. So you should reduce the number of helicopters that you are going to buy, reduce the number of the presidential jet that you want to buy, so that Parliament will be able to have enough resources. Mr. Speaker, because of the inadequate releases of Parliament, and the executive want to control Parliament, now the president is dictating to members of Parliament. When the majority chief whip and the majority leader file or intend to file a private member's bill, the president is telling them to reduce it. Why? Their oversight, their rule as members of Parliament. Because of what? To withdraw. We have the official letter from the presidency to the members of Parliament. But he has instructed that you should withdraw it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the executive have no authority to dictate to what happened in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Please continue.
Mr.
I will
Speaker,
appropriately give you the
Mr.
floor
Speaker,
to have
when
your
you go
turn.
into our offices, it is very sad that many members in our offices, our air conditions are not working. When you have a visitor, you have to look for another member office where the air conditioning is working to be able to entertain that visitor. Mr. Speaker, for more than 4 years, there has never been an occasion that the MP's lift, both lifts are working. It's either one is working or it is broken down. On many occasions, Mr. Speaker, you will be able to have to use the lift. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Education, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, was asking that there was no space to capture international organizations like IPA and CPA. It is sad to report to you that even attending such international organizations, there's no money to go. CPA, Commonwealth Parliament Association, my colleague here, Honorable Jerry Ahmed, wanted to attend it in Barbados. They could not because Parliament could not fund it. There's no allocation of money. And there was no resources to be done. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that because we are not having releases, international organizations, many people could not. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there are many occasions that the Speaker, the first Deputy Speaker, who attends Pan-African parliaments, many occasions he has to pre-finance. On many occasions, the first Deputy Speaker has to pre-finance his trip to Pan-African Parliament. The Majority Chief Whip, on many occasions, has to finance his trip to Pan-African Parliament before he comes. Because of what? There is no releases to Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, even sometimes microphones and committee offices are not working. Now we have a Minister of Finance who is a member of Parliament. We have a Deputy Minister of Finance who is a member of Parliament. And yet, the Majority Leader and the Chief Whip, you could not prevail on government to release funding. Now they are dictating to us. The Minister of Education is here. Throughout the year, they haven't given him money. So when you go to the Minister of Education, Honorable Haruna Idrisu doesn't sit many a time in his office because they have not given him releases to take care of people. If you are not releasing monies to your ministers to work, how do you expect them to do? You do allocations to him to procure sanitary pads. When he procures, the contractors will be chasing him because you release money to him to pay. No, you have not paid them all. You have not paid them all. No releases have been done. And the allocations that are done for you, our students are here. They are giving you the sanitary pad and credit. The minister is here. He cannot pay for them. Mr. Speaker, the girls are here. Our student girls are here. They have collected the sanitary pad. The education minister cannot pay them. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I think that before appropriation, we need to look at Parliament budget again. You cannot give us only 35% whilst you are buying luxury jets, whilst you are buying helicopters, whilst you are allocating resources to places that you are not going to release that. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Azika Dongo.
No, Mr. Speaker.
I've given the floor to Honorable Azika Dongo. Is your name Honorable Azika Dongo? If your name is not Honorable Azika Dongo, kindly resume your seat. If you are not called Azika Dongo, please resume your seat. If you are not called Azika Dongo, resume your seat. Honorable Richard Achampo, please resume your seat. Honorable Richard Achampo, resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Azika Dongo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true that Parliament needs a lot of allocation. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot solve the problem of Parliament's allocation in 1 year. If previous governments had incrementally improved allocation to the Parliament of Ghana, we will not be having this conversation. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, our colleagues were here. The minister who presented the budget at the time was a member of Parliament. But they were quiet. They never understood that Parliament needed money. Today they know that Parliament needs money. Mr. Speaker, what is interesting is that there is a clear misleading information provided to this House. Mr. Speaker, the helicopters that they are talking about are not being paid 100% from 2025 budget. As a matter of fact, the first tranche is being paid in 2025. In 2026, 2027, up to 2028, those payments are going to be made. So they cannot be the reason why you are complaining about 2026. Mr. Speaker, it appears they have a debate that they have missed. And anytime anything comes here, they are on their feet to talk about private jet. That is not what we are discussing here. We are not discussing helicopters. That is gone. Mr. Speaker, I even heard somebody say that
we are borrowing to go and buy private jet. Meanwhile, nobody is borrowing a penny to buy private jet. The people of Ghana are paying from our own resources. Mr. Speaker, if we were living in the period where every year we were borrowing $3 billion in this house, I am sure we would have had a better allocation to the parliament of this country. But those who were borrowing $3 billion a year never restores parliament. And they cannot seem now to be loving parliament than those who are now trying to improve it. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow people who decide to reopen debate and be discussing about allocations to Minister of Education. Is that what we are discussing? What is the relevance of that allocation to the debate that we are having now? Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge that even though we all agree that Parliament needs to be properly resourced, we cannot sit here and allow people to use this debate to fight their own battles. Mr. Speaker, Parliament of Ghana must be resourced over time, and we have already missed 8 years of inadequate resourcing of Parliament. That cannot be cured in 1 year. And we do believe that our own finance minister, who is a member of this House, was once a leader of this House, would ensure that in subsequent years, the improvement that we are seeing this year will reflect in subsequent years. And by the time we leave office, I am sure he will now be hailed as the one who took steps to properly resource the Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I support the committee's report.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister may make a concluding remark. While Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the call that the House adopts the report and approve 1.619,643,682 Ghana cedis for the work of Parliament for next year. Mr. Speaker, we have some form of crisis in Parliament. Speaker, as an organ of state, we don't have a medical center. We have a clinic. Mr. Speaker, MPs and parliamentary service staffers, we are over 1,000. And yet, we only have a small clinic taking care of members. And we work overtime. So I was hoping that the committee would have looked into matters such as that. And it's a border for us in leadership. It's so serious, Mr. Speaker. There has to be a proper provision for us to have a proper medical center. Speaker, you know how these issues come up and members have serious medical issues. So we need to have it.
Honorable
Mr.
Member,
Speaker,
I will plead with you that certain issues are for housekeeping.
Mr. Speaker, I agree that it's for housekeeping, but I believe that the committee ought to have made provision for matters such as this. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that, pursuant of the House Committee's recommendation, we are making a provision for a robust cybersecurity apparatus. Our data is so exposed. And if you go to other sister parliaments, their cybersecurity issues are well protected. They have a proper framework for it, so I'm happy that some provision have been made for it. Mr. Speaker, as a house, we don't have an eating place. And I'm sad that the committee again didn't see. Last year I raised it. Members, Speaker, as part of the problems we have as whips, is that members after some time, the day Parliament does not make provision for lunch, they want to go and find breakfast, they want to go and find supper. So the House must, as a matter of necessity, begin to make provision for a facility where members can have an eatery. They can go in, pay for food, and come back to the House and participate in the issue. It's completely missing from the matters that we are considering for next year. And it's a bother for me as part of leadership. Speaker, the other matter I want to raise which has not been captured is that for a couple of years now, Mr. Speaker, we've been trying to rehabilitate our police post. When you are entering Parliament from the western flank, that is the police post that we have. And I was hoping that this year would have finished it and give it some ambience. It's one of the first structures you see when you are entering Parliament. There's no provision for it. And so that structure, again, will remain like that. And the policemen have been moved to a facility that is not supposed to serve as a police station. And so chairman of the committee is a border that, again, we haven't made provision for the completion of that facility. And it's not good enough. Mr. Speaker, let me again commend the committee in this regard for making provision for the completion of the museum, which is very good. And also, finally, the issue of the MP's constituency office. I want to urge the finance ministry to treat this matter as a matter of some serious concern for Parliament. That members, some provision is made for members to have an office to operate from. Speaker, I'm aware of your situation. When you visit home, the way people besiege your house, and on other occasions when you go, it's not the best. You need a facility to be able to meet your constituents and transact some business. Speaker, finally, let me add that the issues as raised by other members concerning the approval for Parliament is very important. So, Minister of Finance, you are one of us. We want to encourage you to do what we call timely releases. Once the releases come timely, I'm sure Parliament will be able to undertake some of these critical projects so members can be more effective to operate from their offices and to also perform the functions of their office. Speaker, with these words, I urge the House to adopt the report presently before us. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to...
In your concluding comment, take into consideration the concerns expressed by honorable members regarding all the issues under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is exactly what I'm doing. And I want to say something for the record, that I have sat here and have listened to honorable members debate on estimates for many of the MDAs. And consistently, members have made a case for us to increase allocation to many MDAs. So it is not as though it is a new thing and that members are advocating only for Parliament. I want that important statement made. I also want to place on record that it is quite impossible to allocate in accordance to the wish list of any of the MDAs. So for members to compare that Parliament requested for 4 billion and we have given 1.6 billion is not entirely the right comparison. The right comparison I want us to do, and I say it is not entirely right because it cuts across all MDAs. Almost everybody requested huge amounts. But looking at what is available in the basket, we have tried to allocate equitably to support every agency. We have not been able to meet the request from the executive. We haven't been able to meet the request from the judiciary,
so,
and it is the same.
Honorable Deputy Finance Minister, what was the request of Parliament and what was the proposed release?
Members mentioned over 4
because
billion.
You are saying that is not right.
No, that is not something that can be met. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to this, that in 2023, government allocated 639 million cedis to Parliament.
That amount went to 1,022 million in 2024. In 2025, it was increased to more than 1.1 billion cedis. And Mr. Speaker, this year, 2026, we have increased the allocation by over 45%, from 1.1 billion to 1.6 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, no other MDA has received this quantum increase in the allocation in 2026. So when you refer that the Minister for Finance and his deputy are both members of Parliament, and so they should look favorably to Parliament, I am telling you, we have looked more favorably to Parliament than you could have done during your era. Mr. Speaker, also another important thing to note, look at the allocation in 2025, 1.1 billion. By September this year, we have actually released 816 million cedis to Parliament. So it is not only the allocation, releases to Parliament too has improved significantly. What is remaining is just about 200 plus million, and that has also been released. I'm telling you that we have released the full allocation to Parliament, something that never happened. What I want us to support is the call that was made by Honorable Kojo Oponkroma. Let us all be prudent in the utilization of the meager resources to all of us. I have heard all of us, and I have also experienced the difficulties we have in our offices. I'm also a member of Parliament. I sit there and I also bear those difficulties. What commitment I want to make to the House is that in 2026, we will also be prompt in our releases to Parliament, just as we've done this year. Our appeal, and Clark keeps mentioning CAPEX. CAPEX allocation has increased from 80 million to 300 million in 2026. We will make sure we release them to you so that you fix all the problems that members are talking about. Mr. Speaker, I want to give you assurance on behalf of Dr. Kesila Toforsen that we will make sure that we release funds to Parliament so Parliament will continue to do the good things that you've been doing for Mother Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, can we have some order in the House? All honourable members standing should kindly resume their seats. Particularly those who are turning their back to the maize. Honourable members, kindly resume your seats. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion number 12 at page 11 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted, and this House approves the sum of 1,619,643,682 Ghana cedis for the services of Parliament and parliamentary service for the year ending 31st December 2026. Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I pray that we take motion number 49 on the order paper, Mr. Speaker.
we the ones moving it? The education minister should move it. It's your bill.
Let's do the Speaker. Speaker, may I pray that instead of motion number 49, may I pray that we go to other paper addendum and take motion number 2, Mr. Speaker. That will be the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 report from the committee. Thank you.
Motion number 2 on other paper addendum. Page 1. Minister for Transport. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have anything against that proposal, but yes, you have to seek consent. We are both here trying to ensure the smooth running of the government business. So thank you very much. I don't have anything.
Your point is well noted. The application is to take motion 2 on the other paper addendum. Let me hear from the Deputy Minority Leader.
I mentioned that I don't have anything against
Very well, very well, very well. Yes, Minister responsible for transports. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 2 on the other paper addendum be moved today. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion for second reading of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 is moved. May I call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I second the motion.
Honourable member, at second reading, you don't second the motion. You present the committee's report. That is why I call on you to present the committee's report.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I present your committee's report. And I request that the Hansard section captures the entirety of the report, whilst I focus on some key areas. Right Honourable Speaker, your committee met and deliberated extensively on the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025, and we are convinced that what is being requested for is something that this committee recommends to the House for adoption and be passed into law accordingly. Right Honourable Speaker, the bill provides the framework, the basic framework for drunk driving, the control for tricycles. Right Honourable Speaker, so the bill provides the framework to check against drunk driving, and provides the regulations for tricycles, the use of tricycles and quadricycles and so on. It also ensures that
Remember, in conclusion, Hansard has captured all.
And in conclusion, the committee recommends to the House to adopt the report and pass the bill into law in accordance with Article 106.13, Article 106.13 of the Constitution, 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you.
Yes, ranking member of the committee. Motion moved, report presented.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make a comment on the report which has just been presented by
my chairman. Mr. Speaker, this amendment bill have been on the drawing board for a while now. I remember in the 8th Parliament we tried to work on it. We couldn't work on it. Finally, it has come to the House for us to work on it and pass it so that it becomes a law to assist the DVLA to be able to carry out their mandate. Mr. Speaker, these amendments, if passed by the House, will address critical lapses in the existing law as we speak. There are some activities that the law does not cater for, and we believe that this law, when passed by the House, will help resolve those or address those issues. Mr. Speaker, currently you see that there are lapses in the safety regulatory framework in the country. And this law, in this bill, when passed, will be able to help the National Road Safety Authority to address critical safety issues or road transport and safety issues in the country. I believe it is within our remit to ensure that this is done so that the DVLA will be able to carry out their mandate without any restraint or any difficulty. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to just thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Ranking Member. Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I want to speak to the report on the floor. Mr. Speaker, this is the right time for us to do this amendment, and I call on the ministry to also make sure that the agencies that we are trying to help put this law for them to implement, make sure that the right things are done. Mr. Speaker, we need discipline on our rules. So even going forward, there must be a dedicated lane for motorcycles, other users, buses, and the rest. But sometimes, especially rush hours, you see buses are trying to use their lane, and other users are trying to also cross that same lane, creating unnecessary traffic on our roads. And sometimes, especially when traffic lights are on, the red lights are on, motor riders, they think they don't care about it, it doesn't affect them. And you see them driving. If you are not careful, you crash onto them. So, Minister, please, Minister, pay attention to this. Deploy your security officers, make sure that there is sanity on our roads. Because by the end of the day, you have your car worth millions of cedis or dollars, and somebody will use an Okada or a motor bike worth 1,000 or 15,000 Ghana cedis, just crash with you, and even that motor cycle is not registered. You can't identify the person, and the person will just drive on or ride on. These are some of the things we need to address. We need them. Okada is not a problem that I'm talking about. Even in 2098, 99, I was in China, Beijing, and they were using a tricycle, a motorbike. If you want to go to the market, you don't need to pick a taxi. They have even like a bicycle, which can contain about 2 or 3 people. You sit at the back, and the woman will be riding you. So this is not a new thing. The most important thing is that dedicated lanes for them. That certain places you can't use those motorbikes. So let's put measures in place, regulate them, make sure whoever offends the law is punished. So there'll be sanity on our roads. Because even when you're going to the airport or you have a business to attend and you are stuck in the traffic, sometimes we leave our vehicles and we jump onto motorbikes and we attend those programs. So we shouldn't pretend as if they are not serving us. They are serving our interests. But let's put the laws in place, make sure they are regulated, they are registered, they are licenses. You see people wearing sandals and riding motorbikes. How? You can't do that. So these are some of the measures we need to put in place. But Okada has come to stay.
Honourable Member, conclude.
Whether we like it or not, it has come to stay. Let's regulate them. Let's make sure there's sanity. We have the laws to protect them. They've insured their motorcycles. Whoever is riding it is insured. So when there are accidents, the insurance company can also compensate them. These are some of the things we need to put in place. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Okada has come to stay. Let's work with it. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that this bill is in honor of a promise made by the President, and the principle behind it was the fact that the President promised, and the Minister for Transport is trying to deliver on that promise to regularize the operations of motorbikes for commercial purposes. Mr. Speaker, the
Honourable
report,
Member, which aspect of the report are you speaking to?
Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to the purpose of the purpose after observation agency. They are talking about the integration of cycles urban transport system. And if you read page 8, it captures the government, it captures the essential point I'm trying to convey, to the effect that the committee observed the increasing use of motorcycles, tricycles, quadricycles, and similar motor vehicles on major roads has created safety risks for both riders and other road users. Mr. Speaker, this is what this particular bill seeks to regularize or seeks to put in regulatory framework to guide the operations of Okadas. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm on all fours when I make the point that it is in fulfillment of a campaign promise. Mr. Speaker, the phenomenon of Okada is not new in Ghana. In fact, in Africa, in Kenya, there's what we call the border operators. Mr. Speaker, the system was created, but it has also developed into a chaotic situation in Kenya. And I'm just worried that the minister probably might have gone to Kenya and might have studied their system and to see whether they can prevent the fallout of such a system. Because much as we want to make sure that our roads are safe, we want to make sure that Okada operators are able to do it within the legislative and legal framework, we must also be aware of the unintended consequences of such legalization. And that is the point I want the minister to address, even in this bill, how it will address the pollution issues, how it's going to address the issue of the chaos that is going to create. Because, Mr. Speaker, Kenya is now having to deal with the hazards of such a system. That is the problem they are now facing. And I think that it's a noble idea that our people, our brothers and sisters who are using this to fend for themselves and livelihood issues, they must be regulated. But my only fear, Mr. Speaker, and I want the minister to assuage this particular fear, is that the problems we're having in Kenya will rear its ugly head in Ghana if we do on wholesale legalization of the operation of this particular. Mr. Speaker, the last thing I want to comment on is the age limit. The committee is proposing that for you to even be recognized to operate a commercial motorbike or tricycle or quadricycle for the purposes of earning a living, you must be 21 years and above. Mr. Speaker, this is a difficult balance. The rationale for that is that the formative age of a person is supposed to be in school, and that you will not want someone who should be in school rather going to fend for himself. Mr. Speaker, some people at age 20 begin to take care of themselves. They decide that at that particular age, the only time we say education is compulsory is a free basic and secondary school education, Mr. Speaker. People are in the university at age 18. what becomes of them if they are not going to the university? They cannot make a living for themselves. And I think these are also policy issues that the ministry will have to consider and the government have to consider. I think that we may not have to put a feather. Once a person is of majority, once the person is actually at a particular age, he can do a meaningful, decent work, we should make it open for them to be able to, pursue that level. And I think that unless, of course, there's a better argument, we must have to look at it even before we go to consideration stage where we're having to look at this particular proposal. With this few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity and to wish the government well and to say those who have said Okada has come to stay. There's no opposition whatsoever from this particular side on operation of Okada. It is not the intention of members of the MPP to prevent people who want to make a decent livelihood through the use of Okada. It is not our intention whatsoever. As a matter of fact, our constituents are also part of those involved in it. So it is not something that you want to take credit fully for.
Member, in conclusion.
We will support you. But we are cautioning you that you have to do it and do it well. And on this, with this view, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Speaker, I have had the opportunity of being on the Kolebu Teaching Hospital Board and also served as an acting board chair over a certain period. And Speaker, throughout the period, the kind of accidents that involved largely motorcycles on a daily basis, Speaker, most of them ended up being fatal. Most of them. And Speaker, it is not just as a result of the riding of the motorcycle, but a combination of several factors. One of which is that the disregard for traffic rules. Traffic lights are working or not working. Largely, you see motor riders disregarding the traffic lights. Speaker, that is one. Two, the speed at which they ride. And they ride on the very corners of the road. And so drivers who are sometimes also not careful and have not watched or noticed end up knocking them. Speaker, there have also been situations that most medians, the grass may have grown to the extent that when you are even a driver, a vehicle driver, and you are unable to see the other side of the road, you may end up knocking a motor rider. And Speaker, where billboards have also been fixed indiscriminately without recourse to metropolitan or municipal regulations as to how they should be managed or be fixed. Speaker, as I speak with you, I have the statistics, and if you may respectfully permit me, I'll just share with you a few with reference to road accidents, Speaker. It is more than terrible, Mr. Speaker, and I just need your permission to do that. Speaker, according to the National Road Safety Authority, the report they have, between January to August 2025 alone, Speaker, accidents that claimed lives of people, Speaker, within Accra alone is 1,917. Speaker, when you go down there, it says that, and we've had 16,348 vehicular accidents, vehicles involved in accidents, and 10,000 of them got seriously injured. Speaker, and then he goes on to tell you that for motorcycles alone, in Ghana, generally, this is not only restrained to or referring to only Accra, 4,186. Speaker, if you go to Kolebu Teaching Hospital, I have been a witness, and the way and manner their legs are being chopped off, it's terrible. You can have a conversation with the head of department or head of emergency, Dr. Kwatin, and he will tell you. And Speaker, most of the time they are unable to even pay for their surgeries, because their surgeries are very expensive. You end up putting all manner of both and nuts and all manner of metals in their legs and in their knees. And this is what is happening. Drunk driving, the brighter side is that we can just not be sitting here and be thinking that because we have made a promise, we are pushing it. Let us be holistic, let us be comprehensive, let us be thinking about the people. And how do we do so? Let us think of how to even train them and educate them so that when they are on the motorbikes, you will know that there are lanes for motorbikes. That the police officers, when they arrest these the motorcycle users, in our intervention as members of parliament or politicians, we should also be careful. Speaker, if we do not take care of some of these things, and we only are looking at the issue of drunk driving, and we are not preparing the people as to how to use helmets, the speed limits, where they should drive, where they should not ride to, when they should respect that the traffic light is red and they need to stop, and we do the usual politics, Speaker, we would have ourselves to blame.
Let me indicate that at second reading, we debate the principle. If we look at the bill comprehensively, all that you are talking about is the very essence to which they are making the law. There is even the prescription of the kind of helmet that they are supposed to use. There are protective mechanisms in the bill. Honourable Member, you may continue. I just want to draw your attention to the memorandum and the body of the bill.
Speaker, fortunately, thank you very much. Fortunately, I've perused that and I see all of that. But Speaker, you know the problem here. It is not just a matter of what you are providing. It's a matter of the implementation. Speaker, there are several motor riders who are keeping their helmets just behind their seats. And why do we think that is going to change? Because we are now putting in new mechanisms. It's the implementation, and Speaker, that is my view.
Yes, I'm not taking part in the debate, all right, but I feel strongly that because there is no legal regime regulating that particular sector, things are flexible. That is the reason for which, if this law is put in place, there will be a legal regime to regulate, which will lead to a reduction of the issue that you are stating.
I agree, and I concur 100%. Speaker, just to round up, the statistics I have from MTTD, according to their data, 10,734 accident cases were recorded across all 25 police regions between January and September 2025. 9.31% increase compared to 9,820 cases over the same period last year. That is humongous. That is huge. So it is up to us as lawmakers to think about the fact that we are not here just to ensure that a promise made during an electionary campaign is carried out, but we should carry it out to the levels of thinking of the welfare of our people, so that if they are voting for you, they will still be alive to be able to vote for you. Speaker, with this, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Yes, I will give the floor to Honorable Haji Aladi, then I will come to leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I have listened carefully to my colleagues, especially Honorable Jerry, on the points that he has made. And just as you have rightly stated, basically, all that you have mentioned have been discussed in the bill. And we all understand that if there is a law regulating people, definitely each and every one of us, including the authorities, will make sure that these people adhere to the law. Mr. Speaker, earlier on it was mentioned that maybe the minister has looked at the issue of Kenya. It's not only Kenya. When you go to Rwanda, they use a lot of motorbikes. They don't have specific roads, but they obey the law, they listen, and they do what is expected of them. So you do not find anything like accidents and what have you. Yes, even vehicles, the lorries that we use, the vehicles that we use, name them, we do have accidents. And we understand that every human institution has got at least some lapses. Every organization has got some lapses. Doesn't mean that if we put the law in place, there will not be any lapses. The training you have spoken about is part of the discussions that we made. Even trackers will be put on these motor vehicles. We would make sure that we have even said it in the law that they must have seat belts to ensure that they are strapped. Now, Mr. Speaker, there was a mention of age. We discussed this just yesterday during the committee's meeting, ensuring that we looked at it that after 18 years, maybe there are people who are ready to work. But we also looked at the formative ages, and then we said, okay, if we give the opportunity to someone for his education, his or her education, maybe at 18 years to 20, that person will be decided on what to do. Then the person can now go in, if he or she wishes, to do Okada. That one is not an issue of the president or someone taking the credit for it. Whether we regulate it or not, it is something that is happening out there. So it's better we put in place a law, make sure the rules and regulations are there, and then we take it up from there. With the issue of roads, where they may be riding, we cannot go back to initiate roads before we put the regulation there. The way forward is that as we implement this law and give them the opportunity, then any road that is to be constructed, we should also be looking at that side road where motor bicycles would be able to take move on, or even pedestrians. Because while we are talking about these motor vehicles, we are also talking about pedestrians. So I think that when you go into the nitty-gritties of the bill, all that you have said are contained in it. And I believe that it's not an issue of a policy that was mentioned by the president, we trying to implement it. It is an issue that is living with us, and we must make sure that we look at a way of handling it to better the lives of all of us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honourable members, with all due respect, I want to put a question. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion number 2 on other paper addendum, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read for the second time.
An act to amend the Road Traffic Act 2004 at 6A3 to provide for the use of motorcycle, tricycles, and quadricycles for commercial purposes, the development of standards for seat belts and other safety equipment, and for related matters.
Honourable members, as indicated, the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 is now duly read for the second time. Honourable members, I will take 2 minutes suspension, then we'll come back and continue proceedings.
Mr. Speaker.
Welcome back. Now we take motion number 3 on the order paper addendum, page 1. Minister for Transport.
Which one? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 3 on the order paper addendum be moved today. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded. This is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we can't go to consideration stage of the road traffic amendment bill now. Mr. Speaker, at conclave, we agree, among other things, as to things that we should do. And Mr. Speaker, at conclave, you were there and we were straightforward as to the businesses that we were going to do. We agreed that we were going to take the consideration stage of the visual bill. This one was not part of what we agreed. If we want to do this one, we should go and do that bill before we come to the consideration stage. Mr. Speaker, this will offend our rules if we just rush into doing this. So we should come to do some part of the consideration stage of the visual bill and the visual asset service providers bill, and then we can come back and do the road traffic bill. So let's go by what we agree. We start that one. We can come back and do the road traffic, but we cannot rush it this way.
Yes, majority.
Speaker, indeed, we had an agreement, but the First Deputy Minority Whip knows that sometimes we can agree to add further business given the exigency. This business also stands in the name of the Minister of Finance. And so the agreement is that we'll take this quickly, take the virtual access bill at consideration, and then he can leave so that we can take other businesses. We are not doing this because of any other reason. Mr. Speaker.
Well, I happened to sit with the business committee briefly this morning.
Yes.
3 bills were discussed.
Yes.
One is the virtual assent.
Yes.
One is Bank of Ghana amendment.
Yes.
And the third one is the road.
Yes.
And what was agreed was that this road traffic and the Bank of Ghana are conclusive. This road traffic and then virtual assent are conclusive. But with the Bank of Ghana, the committee is yet to bring their report to be taken. So that is the status. Yes. So for Bank of Ghana, until the reports are ready, there is nothing we can do. So whatever is due to be taken is a virtual access and road traffic. Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Speaker, if I may conclude. So are you bothered by the sequence? Is this the sequence that bothers you? That we are taking road before virtual, or you want virtual to be taken first?
Well,
because we are agreed to take both.
I will suggest that we proceed, and before the motion for the third reading, the leaders must engage.
Very well. Speaker, well noted.
You must engage.
Mr. Speaker, the clerk at table, and Mr. Speaker, we are not being difficult or saying that we won't do it. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going by what we agree, which you were there. When I asked Equia this morning about the road traffic, I asked her first. And she said that the amendments are now going to be incorporated and it will come in the form of an addendum. And I said, no problem. Let's do what we agree and we'll come and do it. I am not opposed to us doing it. I am not opposed to it. But what I am saying that is the sequence of how we will do it. I'm not opposed to what,
yes.
But let's do what we agree, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker.
I even took the trouble to explain that is the practice these days. But for this particular bill, the proposed amendment were 5.
Mr. Speaker, we can go ahead. We can go ahead, Mr. Speaker. We can go ahead and do it.
Very well. Clause 1. Chairman of the committee.
Honorable Speaker.
Chairman of the committee, clause 1.
Yeah. Amendment proposed. Paragraph C.
Honorable Chairman, there is no proposed amendment to clause 1. You have a proposed amendment to clause 2.
Clause 2. Yeah, no amendment proposed for clause 1.
Thank you very much. There is no proposed amendment to clause 1, but it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been looking at what has been served as under the Road Traffic Amendment Bill, provisions of the bill and the proposed amendment. I stand to be guided, but when you come to clause 1, the report, what is on the amendment bill, it says that clause 1 amends section 4 of the Act to decrease the percentage for the determination of alcohol concentration in a person driving or attempting to drive a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol from 0.08% to 0.05%. I just need your guidance on this particular proposed clause amendment and then the non-request or non-proposal as you indicate in the other paper. I'm confused as to that provision.
Honorable Member, it is not the entire clause 4 that has been amended here. If you look at the section 4 of Act 683 amended, the Road Traffic Act 2004, Act 683, referred to in this Act as the principal amendment, is amended in section 4 by the substitution for subsection 2. So it is subsection 2 of section 4 that is being amended by this substitution. So it means that it is seeking to delete subsection 2 and insert this new clause. That's the intent of the amendment. Honourable members, there be no proposed amendment to clause 1. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2, Chairman of the committee.
Section 10 of Act 683 amended.
Right Honorable Speaker. Amendment clause 2, amendment proposed. Paragraph C, line 2, urine, delete, and insert all. Thank you.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put the question on the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, I'll put a question on the entire clause 2. As many as are in favor of clause 2 as amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Section 13 of Act 683 amended.
Right Honorable Speaker, no amendment proposed.
Honourable members, no proposed amendment to clause 3. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Section 14 of Act 683 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed. Subclause 5, line 7, after injury, delete, and an insert or. Thank you.
The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I will put a question on the chairman's proposed amendment. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. I will then put a question on the entire clause 4. As many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Section 15 of Act 683 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment proposed.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 5? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, on clause 5, I want to make a proposed amendment in terms of the conviction, the summary conviction to a fine of not less than 5 penalty units and not exceeding 2,000 penalty units. Mr. Speaker, I would like this House to amend the 5 penalty units to 10 penalty units.
Are you reading clause 5(4)?
Mr. Speaker, I'm on 5.
Yes, clause 5(4). Clause 5 has sub-clauses. And the penalty is in clause 5(4). Is that what you are reading? Which penalty unit are you reading? Is it not clause 5(4)?
Mr. Speaker, I'm referencing the Road Traffic Act 2004, Act 683.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it the original rendition you are looking at or the amended rendition?
It's the original rendition.
The original rendition in the Act?
That's the Act, yes.
The Act itself?
The Act itself.
The bill?
It's the Act itself I'm referencing.
Honourable member, you want to amend what is not before us? Maybe I will advise that you do a private member's bill and then have that particular clause amended.
Very well, Right Honourable Speaker, may proceed.
Yes. So I'll put a question on clause 5. As many as are in favor of clause 5 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Section 16 of Act 683 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Right Honourable Speaker, no amendment proposed.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I want to seek from the chairman or the minister their definition of a child here, because they are proposing that the use of protective head crash by a child before probably I'll go on to propose amendments to it. So if I get conviction on what a chair refers to here, I think I'll be guided. Thank you.
Honourable Member, do you have the Parent Act, the principal enactment?
Not readily before me, please.
Check the principal enactment whether it doesn't have the definition of a child.
Chair, I think I said it, I don't really have it. So if they could guide,
Very well.
guide us. So.
Chairman of the committee or the minister. Okay. Repeat for the minister.
Mr. Minister, I want the definition of a child. And you are saying that clause 6, the amendment child, D is saying that the use of protective crash helmet by a child being ridden on a motorcycle ends. So the child is just what I want, because my difficulty is that it is practically not even possible for someone below the age of 1 to be on a motorbike and to also be wearing crash helmet. And that's the conundrum I want to probably go around, to get the definition of a child within the contemplation of the Parent Act or this particular act. That's basically what I want to know.
Mr. Speaker, the Children's Act is there.
That is
and it defines who a child should be. Mr. Speaker, you don't expect babies to ride motorbikes. You expect a certain age. And normally the assumption, Mr. Speaker, will be that maybe even after senior high school, even though you can find JSS people in some rural areas using motorbike to find. But there's a definition of a child by law in Ghana, just to help the honorable member for Wale Wale. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Yeah, Chair, I mean, just that my senior brother is short of telling me what that law says of a child. And that is exactly the question that...
Well, I would advise that once you are referred to the Children's Act, it is in your interest to also look at the Children's Act and the definition of a child as contained in the Children's Act. Other than that, would have been defining a child in every law that we make.
Very rightly so, Mr. Speaker. My argument here is not that we should define it in the Act. My point was the fact that if I have clarity of my thought on what that law says about a child here,
so
I could probably
go and look at that particular law. That law is not before us to be amended. The meaning as ascribed to it in the Children's Act still remains. And that is the context to which we are using it. So you are asking this House to explain to you what is the meaning of the meaning of children under the Children's Act. That is what you are making reference to. Instead of picking the law, looking at the meaning of what children means under the Children's Act.
Well, I mean, right, Honourable Speaker, I'm guided, but I feel like it is, maybe my understanding of what it says, a child is, I feel like the practicality of this particular provision as to a child being on a motorbike, I mean, the utility value of it is what I'm actually questioning because of my understanding of what a child could be under the Children's Act, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, I'll put a question to clause 6. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I pray for your indulgence and guidance. I think what my brother is making reference to has to do with providing for a specific age which a child in this instance is covered. Mr. Speaker, if you very respectfully pay attention to clause 4, you notice that it states as follows: to prohibit a person who drives a motor vehicle from carrying a child below the age of 12 years or a child who is less than 145 centimeters tall and weighs less than 36 kilograms. Here, Mr. Speaker, you notice that there's a description as to the age of the child and, in fact, even the height and weight. And so perhaps he is anticipating a situation where that in this instance, there will be consistency. That is it going to be the same category of age or age range or different, rather than going to the Children's Act to check there. And so if it is the same age and size description which is applicable, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, the drafting language can cover same. Otherwise, very respectfully, Mr. Speaker, if it is something else, in the absence of having to go to the Children's Act to make reference, why don't we stay so here? Why don't we stay so here like
Remember, I think you have answered yourself from what you are saying, where they have decided to give specific meaning to that child, the law has given it. Other than that, wherever children is used without ascribing any specific meaning to it, the meaning ascribed to it is that in the Children's Act. That is how it works.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Very respectfully. For ease of reference, law should not be that cumbersome. There should be no ambiguity. Whoever takes this law, very respectfully, we should not forget we are not making the law for lawyers. We are also making it for the ordinary citizen. Mr. Speaker, would we want that whoever takes this law to go and read the Children's Act in addition to this law to comprehend it? Mr. Speaker, we should make things easy for the people. That's all we are praying for.
Honorable members, children having been interpreted, I don't think it is a term of acts for which we should be calling for a definition in this law, unless they want to give it a separate meaning. There is no need defining a child by this particular law. On that note, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of Clause 6 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Section 17 of Act 683 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honourable Speaker, no amendment proposed.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 7? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 7 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Section 23 of Act 683 amended.
Right, Honourable Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, paragraph A, delete and insert the following. Is licensed in accordance with Section 38 of the Act. Thank you.
The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee to Clause 8 of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8, as proposed by the chairman of the committee, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, there is a further proposed amendment to the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee. Instead of using the word license, the appropriate terminology should be registration. Is registered in accordance with Section 38 of this Act. And Section 38 of the Parent Act talks about registration instead of license. Chairman of the committee.
Clause 9, no amendment proposed. Right, Honourable Speaker.
The new rendition, therefore, will read paragraph A, delete and insert the following. Is registered in accordance with Section 38 of this Act. I will therefore put the question. As many as are in favor of Clause 8, as further amended, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8, as further amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. I will then put a question on the entire Clause 8 of the bill. As many as are in favor of the Clause 8 in its entirety standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Section 40 of Act 683 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Honourable Speaker, no amendment proposed.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put the question. As many as are in favor of Clause 9 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Section 52 of Act 683 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honourable Speaker, no amendment proposed. Thank you.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment to Clause 10? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of Clause 10 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Section 65 of Act 683 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honourable Speaker, amendment proposed. Opening phrase after Section 65, delete off and insert for. Thank you.
Honourable members, this is consequential. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed to Clause 11, say aye. Those against say yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to propose an amendment. I remember when we were discussing the policy.
Is the proposed amendment to the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee?
No, but it's...
So allow me to put the question on the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee to Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honourable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing an amendment to B, a motorcycle if the person is under 18 years. Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing that we delete 18 and substitute same with 16. And the new rendition will read, a motorcycle if the person is under 16 years. Mr. Speaker, the reason for this proposal is to the fact that we are supposed to have a law that conforms with global practices, and that in many jurisdictions, a child of 16 can drive or ride a bicycle. Mr. Speaker, can you let me make a point? Mr. Speaker, the reason is that at 16, we consider the child, or consider the person, in fact, in the strict sense, even in sexual consent is 16. And we assume that, can you not make up?
Majority Chief Whip. Just allow him to land. I'll give you the floor.
Mr. Speaker, 16, in my opinion, would be an adequate age limit for which a person can drive. Mr. Speaker, assuming a 16-year-old, probably in the secondary school or in the university, and the fact that the person is 16...
So, Honourable Kabiru, you want us to use this particular law to amend the Children's Act?
Mr. Speaker, and that is the point I was making about the Children, because the Children Act is saying that someone under the age of 18 is considered as a child.
Yes.
And that was the point I was making, that even within this particular bill, if we are saying that someone who is a child cannot
should use a helmet, we are asking what if someone is 1 year? Because under 18 could be 1 year. You understand? Could be 1 year. The definition of a child is clear, right? So that was the point I was making about the first instance. And that's why I'm just thinking that if we are saying that we are aligning this one to the Children Act, then probably I'll yield. But the Children Act itself, you and I will agree that even there are issues with it. 21 age, 18, 16, there are different ages of, depending on the person, depending on the issue at hand. So because of that particular regime, I was thinking if you can streamline some of these laws, because there's 18, there is 16, and there's even 21. For instance, contract, Mr. Speaker, 21, right? Age for maturity, 18, Mr. Speaker. These differences in this different law is probably why I was thinking we can...
So in the context of the Children Act, why are you proposing 16?
Mr. Speaker, unless of course you are saying that we should use the Children Act as a guide, and which I earlier on raised my issues with it in the context of this particular license or registration to drive or to use go commercial. I raised my issues with that. But if the understanding is that 18 and we are going with children's bar, I'll yield. But I earlier on expressed my misgiving about that earlier on. Thank you,
Yes, the understanding is that we are using 18 as contained in the Children's Act. Where the law specifically states otherwise, the law will specifically say so. Yes.
Speaker, may I persuade the honorable member for Wale Wale to abandon his amendment? In fact, Mr. Speaker, when he rose, I thought evidence-based, he would have argued that he has instances in Wale Wale, Wulugu area, or Nalegu where a child below 18 is using a motorbike for commercial purposes. If that was it, we would be persuaded enough. But Honorable Kabiru, if you listen to the Honorable Ahmed, accidents. You see, as much as we are providing opportunity for employment, you also must be mindful of the emotional development of the child to ride a motorbike for commercial purposes. And, Mr. Speaker, pari passu, this law will not stand alone. It will operate with other legislations and other enactments already in the country. So I'll persuade him to abandon it. If you had given us evidence, which could be the case, around exceptions, and then you said global, you didn't travel global, and local too, you haven't given us evidence that, let's not encourage it. It says that, Mr. Speaker, the country has an unemployment crisis, and we must all deal with it head on. These are not sufficient modes to handle the country's unemployment. But like it or not, as of today, there are many people earning their living out of it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided, but when I say global, I'll give you an example. Ethiopia, they allow 14. I'm coming, I'll give you an example because we are making laws that would be, I said global, and probably the question as to whether or not, when I say global, there are examples. In Vietnam, 16. In North America, they allow 16 to 19. In Australia, it is 15, it's around permit from 15. So that is the point I am making, that when we are making laws, unless, of course, we have not reviewed this global, but this bill is not only about commercial, Mr. Speaker. The relevant provision talks about riding, not even commercial. Riding is 21, commercial riding is 21, but to just ride a bicycle or to drive, you are saying that you must be 18. And that's the point I'm making. It's not only the commercial bit, but there are also private people who will use this particular means. For instance, Mr. Speaker, in my village of Janga, in the Northeast region, as young as 15, young people begin to learn how to use motorbikes to go to the farm. Per this law, they will be committed an offense if they are found riding this motorbike and their age is 16 years. And so that is the difficulty I have, and I was just thinking that...
We accept your difficulty, but you see, the whole world is listening to us. There are a huge issue regarding child labor. So I do not want Ghana's parliament to be legislating, taking into contemplation that we are talking about commercial motor riding, and we are reducing the age from 18 to 16 years. I believe we'll be delving into an era of child labor. Honorable Kabiru, do you agree with me?
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my proposal. Let's make progress.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
Speaker, since he's abandoned it, I was just going to go on the tangent of even driver's license. What age grants one the mental capacity to? So if it is 18, we can't do 16. And then even he was talking about, and I think I should correct him on that, with reference to sex and consent. It is not 16, it is 18. Else, that would be defilement. So that for him, it is also very important.
No, on
for
that
him to
basis, he's right. Defilement is up to the age of 16 years.
Well, so
that with consent or without consent, you are still guilty of defilement is 16 years.
Mr. Speaker,
I do not know whether the age has been increased to 18.
No, Mr. Speaker, it's 16, which is correct.
Yes.
But it also means that we all need to be careful.
Yes.
You know, and also the mindset.
Yes.
The mindset of people. Mr. Speaker, we also need to be advised that we shouldn't go for 16 years, people.
Very well.
Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Stephen Amwa.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I think the lawyers in the House should help us do us a great deal of good by helping us, because I know that the accepted age in our country to allow one to be in any contract, which in other words, commercial activity, is 21. So I think we need to have I'm right. So what are we doing? Are we talking about a child's age that we accept in entering commercial activity, and for that matter, a contract? Or we are considering other things? Because I hear others saying 18, I'm confused. If we accept that here, I'm not a lawyer, I stand to be corrected. Are we then going to change what is in the law of contract in Ghana here? Because Parliament has done ABC. I think the lawyer should help some of us, because I'm not a lawyer. I want that clarity. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Get the clarity, but let me use the opportunity to correct you. That if you say the lawyers here should help, and then you are also here as a legislator, then what you are saying indirectly is that this house should be a house for lawyers. You are not a lawyer, but you're also here to legislate.
Thank you, Mr.
Is that not
Speaker.
so? So
Thank
we
you,
must
Mr.
all
Speaker.
come together to do the lawmaking, which is the core mandate of Parliament. So I'll use the opportunity to correct you. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, the Honorable Member for Ishaisu raises a very important point regarding the age of contracting and the age of ability to procure license to engage in a commercial activity. So it's a perspective that is brought to bear on the discussions. And I believe that we need to have regard to it, because by the provisions at 18 will license you to engage in a commercial activity. When you engage in a commercial activity, you'll be contracting with your passengers to transport them from point A to B. So very, very interesting perspective, but it's noted. I believe an LI will be brought to deal with those, to fine-tune those areas.
I have the parent. Honourable members, I believe when we look at the Parent Act, the situation will be clear for all of us. But the contracting age is 21. At what age can you get into employment? At what age do you get into employment? For us to say this age should be 21. Is it not 18? Is it not 18? So why do we want this law to say otherwise? Honourable members, I'm taking too much part in the debate. Chairman of the committee or the minister? So, Speaker, your proposal is to make it 21 instead of 18.
Mr.
Is
Speaker,
that so?
actually, it's not my proposal. I think we have a very clear opportunity to deal with this ambiguity and the higgledy-piggledy. Because, Mr. Speaker, so my point is, there is a gray area for us to streamline this law so that we deal with any ambiguity going forward. Because you made a good point that at the age of 18, a Ghanaian child at that age can enter into any employment opportunity. However, contract law also gives us something contradicting that before you enter into that, you have to be 21. So the House will have to decide whether we need to stick to 21 or 18 and then go further to correct that ambiguity in our society so that one day somebody wouldn't be punished, undeservedly or something. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not proposing, I'm raising an issue to be dealt with by the House so we can actually draw the curtains on this issue once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I believe that I agree with you. So I believe what we should rather do is that we should have regard to amending the Contracts Act to lower the threshold from the age of contracting at 21 to 18. I agree with you.
You see, honorable members, if you talk with reference to the Contract Act refers to specific activity. The Children's Act refers generally to the age at which a person can engage in employment. So if we are confusing what is contained in the Contract Act with what is contained in the Children's Act, I think we have to go by what is contained in the Children's Act rather than going into a Contract Act. Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why, maybe I abandoned that proposal. So we ought to make progress, but we understand the absurdity that probably is being created by.
Well, for me, there is no absurdity.
Oh, so once there's no absurdity, I've abandoned my proposed amendment. We can make progress, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
so,
that is why I think we should make progress in this particular matter. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, not trying to actually debate what you said. When it comes to employment, it is a legal contract per our laws. So, yes, once there is... Mr. Speaker, my own people are disturbing me. If you do, I will join them. I'm coming. Mr. Speaker, I think employment per our laws, it's also part of a contract, a legal contract, fundamentally. And that is why I'm talking about this ambiguity, that we need to do something.
For me, I don't see it to be an ambiguity. In engaging in an employment, are you signing a specific contract as contemplated in the Contract Act? Now, if you look at, for consistency's sake, if you look at Section 66 of the existing law, it states, that is the Road Traffic Act 2000, Act 683. It says, disqualification of persons under age. A person is disqualified from holding or obtaining a license to drive invalid carriage if that person is under 18 years. B, a motorcycle if that person is under 18 years. C, a commercial vehicle if that person is under 25 years. D, an agricultural tractor if that person. So already the 18 years is part of the existing law. And that particular provision in 65 in the existing law is not being brought before us to be amended. So how do we amend the 18 years in the existing law to now read 21 years? That is what rather going to bring the ambiguity.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Labor Act is also here. The Labor Act 2003 Act 651 also defines employment as a contract. So I think we have the laws conflicting each other, and that's why we need to consider this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I don't want to go into educating you about the Labor Act. We have contracts for service and contract of service. Do you know the difference? You say you are a student of law.
Mr. Speaker, educate me, sir.
Well, you may see me later to give you education once you claim to be a student of law. So, honorable members, that is why I'm using the trouble to draw your attention to Section 65 of the existing law. So if part of this law is being amended and the law is putting the age at 18, we can't do otherwise. Members, on this note, I'll put a question on clause 11. As many as are in favor of clause 11, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 in its entirety is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Section 92 of Act 683 amended.
Yes, I will direct the drafters to put the or off in the appropriate place. Yes, clause 12. Chairman of the committee.
Right Honourable Speaker, amendment proposed. Opening phrase after substitution delete of 92 of and insert 4, section 92 of. Thank you.
Thank you. It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, I'll put a question on the chairman's amendment. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The chairman's proposed amendment is carried. Now, I'll put a question on the entire clause 12 in the absence of any further amendment. As many as are in favor of clause 12, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 12 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Section 99 of Act 683 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Right Honourable Speaker, no amendment proposed. Thank you.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 13? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 13 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Section 134 of Act 683 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Right Honourable Speaker, no amendment proposed. Thank you.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 14 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the long title.
An Act to amend the Road Traffic Act 2004 at 683 to provide for the use of motorcycles, tricycles, and quadricycles for commercial purposes, the development of standards for seat belts and other safety equipment, and for related matters.
Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I have no issues. Thank you.
Of the House, honourable members, any proposed amendment to the long title? In the absence of the long title, I'll put a question. In the absence of any amendment to the long title, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, this brings us to, yes?
Speaker, may I invoke Order 1711 and submit that we do a second consideration in respect of Clause 4. Speaker, under Clause 4...
Honourable member, we have not finished the consideration stage. Why do you take us to second consideration? If you are seeking my leave at this consideration stage to go back to a certain clause, I will grant you the leave, but not second consideration. I was about saying we have come to the end of consideration. Then you arrest that. So it means that the bill is still under consideration.
Great,
so you
Mr.
can
Speaker.
seek my leave to take me back to that clause.
Thank you for your guide. Speaker, may I seek your leave for us to revisit consideration? Speaker, under Clause 4, we employ the phrase under subclause 3, which reads, subject to subsection 1, a person shall not drive a motor vehicle with a child who is under the age of 18 years in the front or rear seat of the motor vehicle without the child wearing a seatbelt. This is very clear. But if you read 2, under 2B, we are saying that a person shall not drive a motor vehicle with a child who, B, is less than 145 centimeters tall and weighs less than 36 kilograms in the rear seat of the motor vehicle unless the child is properly restrained. Speaker, I believe that the properly restrained will introduce an ambiguity. So my proposal is that the drafters should adopt the language in 3 to bring clarity. Because if you say restrained, they can use a rope. They can use other, yes. So the seatbelt is very clear, makes it, the intent is properly conveyed there.
Yes, I think if you look at the bill further, there are provisions that deals with the properly restraining a child.
Yes. And then,
I seem to be holding brief for the chairman and the minister. Please, take us to the section that talks about how to restrain a child in the bill.
In the parental, yeah.
Yes, Honorable Majority Chief, we will look at clause 4.5. For the purposes of subsection 2, a child in the rear seat of a motor vehicle is properly restrained if an appropriate safety equipment designed for children in accordance with section 15 is used by the child to ensure that the child is seated, positioned, and restrained to withstand the force and impact of a road crash in order to reduce the risk of injury and death. So they went further to narrate.
So they introduced a program.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Speaker, then that's fine.
So that is why I'm saying that if you look at the bill, that has been taken care of. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the consideration stage of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. Yes, motion number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that motion numbered 5 on the order paper addendum be moved today. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion numbered 5 ably moved. Any seconder?
I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. This is the procedural motion. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion numbered 5 at page 2 of the order paper addendum say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Motion numbered 6, Minister for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion numbered 6 on the order paper addendum be moved today. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, motion ably moved. Any seconder?
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is the third reading. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Road Traffic Act 2004 at 6A3 to provide for the use of motorcycles, tricycles, and quadricycles for commercial purposes, the development of standards for seat belts and other safety equipment, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 is now read the 10th time and passed. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I pray that we go back to the original order paper and take motion number 49, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the
Honourable Majority Whip, I even asked the clerk to whisper to you.
Great.
Yes. So in the meantime, if you can take item number 52 on the original order paper. We'll do it, but we are just waiting for an information. Yeah.
Speaker, in that case, we take motion number 52. Thank you.
Honourable members, Virtual Access Service Providers Bill 2025 at consideration stage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in the line.
Honourable members, we did up to clause 25. So we'll now move to clause 26.
Approve virtual asset services.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 26? Honourable members, I will plead with all those standing to resume their seats. Honourable members, the background noise is too much. With all due respect. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 26, the question is, as many as in favour of clause 26 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27, Chairman of the Committee.
Protection of assets and data.
Chairman of the Committee. Clause 27.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 27 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28, Chairman of the Committee.
Communication and disclosure.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 28? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 28 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Accounts.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 29 dealing with accounts? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 29, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 29 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Natural statement.
Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 20 to clause 30 dealing with audit of financial statement? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 30 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Duty of auditor.
Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 31? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 31 standing part of the bill say aye. As many as are in favour of clause 31 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Capital, solvency and insurance.
Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, no proposed amendment, but it is for the consideration of the House. Any amendment? In the absence of any amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of Clause 32 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism and proliferation financing.
Chairman of the committee.
There's no proposed amendment.
Honourable members, no proposed amendment to Clause 33. Honourable members, as many as are in favour of Clause 33 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 33 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, I think it is important to vote for the purposes of the record. Clause 34.
Consumer protection and whistleblowing.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 34? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of Clause 34 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 35.
Business integrity and continuity.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of Clause 35 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 35 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 36.
Cyber security measures.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of... Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I was thinking that the submission of report will have some timeline. If you look at 36B, it requires the service providers to submit a report to the relevant authority in the form and frequency determined by relevant regulatory authority. I was suggesting that we can put a timeline, say 6 months or a year. So in my rendition, instead of frequency to be determined by relevant regulatory authority, we as the people's representative will put, for instance, 12 months interval. I suggest that instead of the frequency determined by relevant regulatory authority, we'll put 1 year or 12 months there.
Very well. Your suggestion is right, but if care is not taken, we may put a particular timeline and the regulatory authority will also put another timeline, and there will be conflict. Because it's been subjected to another regulatory regime. So it's better we leave it for the regulatory regime to deal with it regarding the form, the nature, and the time. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, following from where my brother left off, in its case, it will avoid the regulatory authority acting in an arbitrary manner. Why don't we say that it shall, by a statutory instrument, publish the timelines, or there shall be publication in some form of the timelines, so that they will not act arbitrary?
Yes, the point that I am making is that that relevant regulatory authority is working under a particular law. Let me use the example of the Auditor General. Now, the Auditor General works under a condition where the timeline for reporting are already spelled out. So if you are subjecting it to that of the Auditor General, and we are by this law setting another timeline, if our timeline is in conflict of that of the regulatory authority, which one will take primacy over the other? So once it is referring it to another regulatory authority, it's better we leave it, the determination, because the rendition says that submit a cybersecurity report to the relevant regulatory authority in the form and frequency. The frequency is determined by the relevant regulatory authority. And that regulatory authority is also a body governed by law. So once they are going to determine the frequency, if we in making this law are determining the frequency, then we are not asking the regulatory authority to do any other thing. So this, we can give power to the regulatory authority with one hand and take it with another hand. So they will determine the frequency of the reports.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, that is not in dispute. But when the frequency is determined, there should be publication of the frequency so that people who are interacting with the regulatory authority, the relevant regulatory authority, have noticed, well aware of time through a determined mode that this is the frequency. That is all we are saying. The frequency, they have the right to determine. But how do people who interact with it, how do the general public become aware of it? There should be a determined mode so that there's no conflict as to what the frequency is. Because, Mr. Speaker, the determination of the frequency is in itself the exercise of a discretionary power. And so, at the very least, we leave it with you. But there should be a predetermined mode of publication, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Let me hear the chairman of the committee first.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the position of my colleagues. This very issue was raised during the consideration of the bill. I know under this bill, it's not like one agency is managing it. Even if you go to register a product, they can determine that this product should be registered under BOG, SEC, or any other institution. So if you put a timeline or whatever you want to put in this bill, which institution is going to deal with it? So you were right on point to raise this very issue. So let's leave it as it is. If it is Bank of Ghana will take that decision because they have their reporting timelines. If it is SEC, SEC also have their own reporting timelines. So that by the end of the day, if you are under SEC, SEC will determine what we are supposed to do. So these are some of the issues we deliberated upon during the consideration of the bill.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if enough consultations were done, we should settle this matter because we cannot leave it to the discretion of people. Mr. Speaker, if we allow that to happen, there will be chaos in the system. And this is supposed to play a key role in the management of our cyberspace. So I believe that they should do proper consultation with all the key stakeholders who are going to use this bill. And then the timelines inserted in what we are doing. It will be fair and better for Ghanaians.
Except that, yes, Minister, let me hear you then.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand their concerns, but when we discussed it, we came to the conclusion that such details will be catered for in a regulation. And so we intend that once this is passed, we will come with a regulation to get those details to enhance the implementation. Thank you.
Honourable members, I believe strongly that the regulation will spell out the detailed timelines of Securities and Exchange Commission. It will also detail out that of the Bank of Ghana. But if in this law we want to put all of them together and synchronize it, what will the regulation do? So I believe we should leave it for the determination, the interval for the determination by the regulatory agencies, and it can find expression in the regulation that the minister has the power to bring to this House, which will become law under Article 11.7. Honourable members, I put a question on Clause 36. As many as are in favour of Clause 36 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Requirements for engaging in securities business.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment or suggestion? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of Clause 37 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38.
Requirements for issuance of virtual asset.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 38? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 38 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Public disclosure requirements for issuance of virtual assets.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we may just have to help me, especially with clause 39.2, which talks about material risk. If you look at 39.2, it says the person who issues virtual assets shall publish a risk disclosure statement. And that includes detailed description of material risk. I know we haven't gotten to the definition section. I'm just reading this. I was wondering if material risk is defined. If it's not defined, Mr. Speaker, we may have to do that because it is a very important aspect of this to get people to, as it were, involved in this business. So just to bring to the attention of the drafters that if material risk is not defined, we really need to define it. Otherwise, people may get themselves into trouble. I'm looking through it, but I can't find it. But it's very important that material risk is defined.
So, honour members, let's take note. If you get to the definition and material risk has not been defined, then we provide a definition for same. That's his suggestion. Suggestion well taken. Keep it, and when we get to the definition, we do the needful. If it is used elsewhere, if it is not used elsewhere, we can come back and define it under this section. Good observation. Any further? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I put a question to clause 39. As many as are in favor of clause 39 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill subject to the observation by Honorable John Dako. Clause 40.
Requirements for provision of virtual assets custody services.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm trying to understand. I am not a finance person, so forgive me if I ask this question. Is a fiat currency a term of art if the proposers can help us?
Which provision are you referring to?
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at 40 D, Mr. Speaker, where it talks about a fiat currency. I don't understand, and I'm trying to, if it's a term of art or it's defined. If it's defined in the session, then that helps
So
me.
we'll go back to look at the definition.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, fiat is defined and it's a legal tender. So if you go to the interpretation section, you see that fiat currency means currency that is issued exclusively
It's defined at page 80.
Exclusively by the relevant body in a country or a government, and is designated as a legal tender in the country of issuance through, among other things, government decree or law. So it is defined and it's a legal tender. It's like the Bitcoin, table coins.
So, Honorable John Dako, I refer you to page 80 of the bill, where in the second paragraph, fiat currency is duly defined. So your concern
Thank you very much,
is already addressed in the bill. Thank you. I'll put a question on clause 40. As many as are in favor of clause 40 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 41.
Requirements for virtual asset trading platform.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, I will put a question on clause 41. As many as are in favor of clause 41 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Requirement for issuance of and transfers of shares of virtual asset service provider.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes. Honourable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, one, the head note, requirement for issuance and transfer of shares. Why do you want to add of virtual asset service provider? Because we all know that this bill is about virtual asset service provider. Why do you want to add in the head note? Why wouldn't the head note just read requirements for issuance and transfer of shares? Delete the rest of the words in the head note. I so submit with your indulgence. And then, Mr. Speaker, you must guide us. You are talking about transfer of shares. Transfer of shares is regulated by the Companies Act. And I'm asking for a copy of mine to relate the provisions here as to whether it sits in tandem with what our companies code are, because this is not going to be ordinary. Once you get a body corporate with shares, everything about it is regulated by the company's code. So why wouldn't even we say a person shall not acquire, dispose or transfer 5% or more? So they've given even 5%. Why? And even if you want to transfer the whole shares, part of the shares, it's not regulated by law. So the 41(1), Mr. Speaker, a person shall not acquire, dispose of, or transfer 5% or more of the outstanding shares in a virtual asset service provider without the prior approval in writing of the relevant regulatory authority. Mine will be that the Ministry of Finance should give us what is the worth of that 5%. What's the worth? Mathematically, when you say 5%, what's the worth of the 5%? Because you cannot say that a person cannot transfer or dispose of, and maybe, Mr. Speaker, we should even qualify it, not less than or not more than. But if you just say 5%, there is a difficulty there. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, the bill before us is Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill. We have virtual assets and virtual asset service providers. So this is giving us more emphasis on requirement for issuance and transfer of shares of virtual asset service providers. So if we don't include it, we don't know what we are talking about. We have virtual asset and service providers. So this is dealing with service providers, not virtual asset alone. That's why we've added requirement for issuance and transfer of shares of virtual asset service providers. They are providing services. So we have virtual asset and service providers. So I don't think it will create any problem if you add virtual asset service providers. So I think it is in order.
Yes, but his request is in twofold. One is transfer of shares is regulated by the Companies Act. And then the other one is why not stop at requirement for issuance of transfer of shares?
But Mr. Speaker, even the honorable member is not around to defend his amendment.
Well, what I deduce is that the law is not prohibiting the transfer of shares. But when you are going to do it more than 5%, you need the approval, prior approval in writing of the relevant regulatory authority. I believe today, if you hold a banking license and you have a share in that bank, you don't just get up without approval and then you said you are transferring those shares. Honourable members, I believe strongly before you become a service provider in this particular industry, they will do some due diligence about you as a service provider. So if they've done a due diligence about Kojo Opon Nkrumah, that he's qualified to establish a company to provide these services, and he is a shareholder, and they have not done any due diligence about Honorable Jijoli Gakpe, then Kojo Opon Nkrumah, without the regulatory authorities, then transfer shares to Honorable Jijoli Gakpe, it takes away the power of the regulatory agencies to also conduct a due diligence about Gakpe, whether he is eligible to hold the 5%, more than 5% shares or not before. I believe that is what this particular provision is seeking to cure. Yes, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. In fact, I think you are spot on, but I want to draw the Minister's attention to recent developments in this industry so that the policy consideration is looked at again. In the industry currently, a lot of the service providers are getting listed on the markets. How will this prior approval play out in terms of making us a competitive destination for those who want to do this business in Ghana and be listed if they require prior approval, as against maybe notification? For your consideration, Minister.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I think I agree with Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah here. The contemplation here does not take into consideration listed companies. And so if we want to have a rendition that will capture that sense in addition to this, I think that will be, if we can couch it in a way that this does not apply to listed companies, then that will make.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I make reference to clause 42, section 42.2, where it says that where the virtual asset service provider is a partnership interest shall be equivalent to shares in a company.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, it is acceptable for prior approval to be taken prior to transfer of shares because, Mr. Speaker, that is what regulators do. However, when you look at this particular provision, Mr. Speaker, it seems to be changing the status of partnership as far as virtual assets are concerned. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that it says that it will be equivalent to shares in a company, those things are within the purview of the Companies Act. Mr. Speaker, the Companies Act will state will define partnership, state its features, and so on and so forth. And so by this, Mr. Speaker, there is the risk of a clash between this Act and the Companies Act. And so if the minister should help us understand why this provision is being made and the effect of it.
I don't see the problem that you are indicating. We are talking about transfer of shares. So here, a company having shares can provide virtual asset services. A partnership can also provide virtual asset services. Probably a sole proprietor may also provide virtual asset services. And because of the background check, they are saying that you cannot transfer 5% of your shares without prior consent. The question, therefore, is what happened to the sole proprietorship and partnership? That is why this rendition is saying that for the purposes of transfer of shares or transfer of interest, your interest as a partnership, your interest as a sole proprietor must be treated as if it is shares, so that when you are going to transfer it, you must also go through this requirement. So they are not saying that by law, your interest as a sole proprietor is the same as your interest as a share, or your interest in partnership is the same. But for the purposes of this law, regarding a transfer, it must be treated as such. So I don't see this conflicting with the Companies Act.
Mr. Speaker, the rendition here does not say that because of the transfer, for which reason it's being treated as being equivalent to shares. Mr. Speaker, partnership is partnership. Shareholding is shareholding. If you think that for the purpose of transfer, it should be equivalent, then you say so, that it is because of the purpose of the transfer. Mr. Speaker, but here it says that where the virtual assets provider is a partnership interest shall be equivalent to shares in a company. Mr. Speaker, you interpret an act as a whole.
Yes,
And
so you are hitting the nail by the head. Read the provision as in from the marginal notes. Read it from the marginal notes. You read 42.1, and then you read 42.2, and see what interpretation will you put on it if you don't take 42.2 in isolation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not taking 42.1, 42.2 in isolation. If I have to read this act, this bill as a whole, then I'm not looking at it within just the context of 42, but in the context of the bill as a whole. It would look as though we are talking about partnership in terms of virtual assets. Partnership in terms of virtual assets, Mr. Speaker, in the context of this bill, will be that when it comes to partnership in the context of virtual assets, it's equivalent to shares.
No.
Mr. Speaker,
you see,
we should
Honorable
qualify
Member, let me take you through it. You've stated the principle of law rightly, that you must read the provision as a whole, which I agree with. But let's start from the marginal note. Requirement for issuance and transfer of shares of virtual assets service provider. Everything under this section should be read in context of issuance and transfer of shares, but no other. Then one is saying that a person shall not acquire, dispose of, or transfer 5% or more of the outstanding shares in a virtual access service provider without the prior approval in writing of the relevant regulatory authority. So still on the issuance and transfer, they are saying that where the virtual access service provider is a partnership interest shall be equivalent, not the same, shall be equivalent to share in the company. Meaning that for the purposes of transferring your interest as a partner, that interest must be equivalent, not the same, for the purposes of issuance and transfer. That is the meaning that you can place on it. But if you take it in isolation, contrary to the principle that you must read the provision as a whole, you will get a meaning different from what you should be putting on it. So this one, it is for the purposes of issuance and transfer that your partnership interest must be treated as equivalent. The word used is equivalent.
To assist, very respectfully, to assist you,
yes.
And for better elucidation. Mr. Speaker, you would very respectfully, in the circumstance, would have to consider making sure that for the purpose of the records of the virtual asset regulator, the partnership interest would then have to be stated in as the equivalent of shares first, so that in transferring it, because it's not here.
If you look at the rendition, it says that where the virtual asset service provider is a partnership, or a partnership interest shall be equivalent.
Yes,
that is in the rendition.
Mr. Speaker, so when you look at the title, Mr. Speaker, it is about issuance and transfer.
Yes.
And so at what point would that interest be stated? Is it at the point of transfer of shares? Is it at the point of issuance of license? Mr. Speaker, it has to be clear to avoid ambiguity.
You see, for me, where there is no ambiguity, we should not try to create one. The law generally is saying that Jerry's company cannot transfer. If you have a share in Jerry's company, you can transfer 5% or more to any other person without a prior written approval of the regulatory authorities. Now, the word used is, that is the normal way. But the two is saying that where the virtual asset service provider is a partnership other than a company, then for the purposes of the issuance and the transfer of shares, the interest of the partner must be equivalent to shares. The interest that we are going to transfer must be equivalent. I don't see this violating the Companies Act. Yes, because I'm not getting
Mr.
you.
Speaker,
if I get you, I'll concede.
The partnership is registered at the Registrar General's Department.
Yes.
That is where it is stated. At that point, the Registrar General's Department is regulated by the Companies Code.
Yes.
It doesn't require it to state that the partnership will be equivalent to shares there.
No, you see.
Mr. Speaker, if you may allow me, there will be clarity. Very respectfully, if you allow me. So you have gone to the Registrar General's Department, which is a different agency, and registered your partnership there. There, it is not the equivalent of shares. Now you are coming to the regulator. At what point is the regulator going to state that your partnership is now shares or equivalent to shares of a certain amount? At what point? This must state it so that from the outset, we know that your partnership is of X amount of value as shares.
No.
Then,
you see, the law is making provision generally how a share or interest in the company is supposed. You see, honorable member, if you listen, I think we can resolve this particular problem. You understand? Let's say share is a pencil. Interest in company is pen. The pen and the pencil are two different things in law. Now, the law says for you to transfer a pencil to another person, you must comply with A, B, C, D. Yes. And then where for the purposes of that particular transfer, the transfer is pen, then the pen must be transferred as if it is pencil. That is all that the provision is talking about. So that doesn't mean that they are saying the pen is pencil.
Mr. Speaker, by your own analogy, it's a very beautiful analogy.
Yes.
Good. So until the transfer is taking place,
yes,
the pen will not be transferred, the pencil will not be transferred as if it's a pencil.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Why don't we make provision in this act?
Yes.
That upon being given the license,
yes,
your pen will be the equivalent of pencil.
No.
Rather than we waiting for the
you
transfer.
No. You see, that is why I'm saying that marginal note must aid interpretation. The marginal note is talking about nothing but issuance or transfer. That is what the marginal note is talking about. So we cannot talk about any other thing apart from any issue relating to a transfer or issuance. You understand? Then the law is that for you to transfer or issue more than, let's say, 5% or more, you must comply. You must have a prior approval of the regulatory authorities. Now, the law contemplates a situation where it is not only a shareholder or a company by shares that will be operating as a service provider. So now they are saying that if you are a sole proprietor or you are a partnership, you understand, and for the purposes of transfer of that your interest in the partnership, you must also have a prior consent of the authority as if you are transferring shares. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But you see, from your arguments, if you, so let's say if you are transferring, in your view,
very well, honourable members, urgently I'll have to suspend to attend to something very urgent. I'll come back. Not more than 5 minutes. Not more than 5 minutes. If you know the agency involved, that's why people are coming and going. You wouldn't be upstanding saying that. Let's conclude. Thank you very much.
Because you see, okay. So
I'm also left-handed. That's where you are sitting. I'm left-handed, but now I fought to right. I used to be.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, welcome back. Yes, Honourable John Dako, you are on the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. My difficulty was how we're going to classify the percentage of, the partnership if you're going to compare 42, 1 and 2, especially when at the Registrar General's Department, that division is not done. I think that, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at this carefully. And so if you don't mind, if you can step it down and, look at it later, I think that it will do us a lot of good than bad.
Honourable members, let's look at it this way. Where the virtual asset service provider is a partnership, for the purposes of issuance or transfer, a partnership interest shall be equivalent to shares in a company. Does it make it clearer?
Mr. Speaker, so you have a new rendition?
Yes.
I don't have my pen here. Maybe let me look at it.
To make it further clear that for the purposes of issuance or transfer.
Speaker.
Yes.
Very respectfully.
Yes.
We risk a protracted banter, which very respectfully may not be good at this point. I'm pleading with you that particular.
So what will be your rendition?
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, you are a better drafter than I am.
No,
My rendition,
but
Mr. Speaker,
you should have a rendition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading with you, if we can stand it down. In conclave to discuss this, Mr. Speaker, perhaps I may learn a better way.
Well, honourable member, if you don't have a rendition, then I'm intent to put a question. Yes, Honourable Richard Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, like you say, if my colleague has a rendition, he can propose it so that we'll consider it. If not, then we'll move forward. If you have any proposed amendment, bring it up so that...
Because my thinking is that if you link it with the head note, then it is clear. But if you take out the head note, there will be an ambiguity. So we can bring whatever is in the head note, issuance or transfer, so that it will be clear that where the virtual asset provider is a partnership, for the purposes of issuance or transfer of interest, then the partnership interest shall be equivalent to shares in a company. So if you are not going to transfer your interest, then it stays as partnership. But so long as you want to transfer your interest, it must be treated as shares, so that you also go through the regulatory regime of getting a prior approval before you can transfer.
Except them say, okay, I don't know, maybe you have to call me first.
Is that?
I'm saying, except that you have to call me first. But, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that if you look at the 42, there's a requirement of 5% or more, so that if it's less than 5%, if it's less than 5%,
yes,
then the prior approval will not be necessary.
Yes.
So what if, in the opinion of the person transferring the partnership, he's transferring 4%?
Yes.
Does the prior approval come in?
Yes.
Because, Mr. Speaker, the 42.1 only requires prior approval when we are doing 5% or more.
Yes.
But in this particular case, when it comes to 41.2,
yes,
How do you know that you are transferring more than 5% to require the prior approval?
Yes, so if I have 50, you have a partnership of 40-60, how on earth would the 5% of my interest not be determined? For instance, partnership can be 2 or more. Now I have 40%, and you, John Darko, have 60%. I have decided to give 20% of my interest. Is that 20% of my interest not more than 5%? So it's about the calculation of the interest that you hold in the entity. My understanding of all this is that you need prior approval, whether it is partnership or sole proprietorship. When you are going to cede more than 5%. That is the understanding that I'm getting. That's why I'm not getting the ambiguity created by this particular provision. That's why I will not take this equivalent. If they say CD equivalent of $1, I will not take it to mean that CD is equal to $1. Because we are talking about equivalent. As if I won't take the CD to be the same as the dollar if you are talking about equivalent. And the equivalent used in the rendition is used in the rendition. So the interpretation that interest in partnership is different from shares, I agree perfectly. But it is only for the purposes of transfer of that particular interest that it will be treated
Mr.
as
Speaker,
if
you are right. I concede.
it is shares.
We can move on.
Very well. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 42 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 42 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 43.
Application for sandbox license.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, forgive me if I keep going back to this definition because this is a very, very new area that we are venturing in. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at the definition of sandbox license, and the definition says, as defined in section, if I didn't even say define, it says sandbox license.
Which provision are you talking about?
Mr. Speaker, 43.
Yes,
43.
43, we have 43.1, 43.2, 43.3, 43.4, 43.5, 43.6.
The title, application for sandbox license.
Very well.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that the sandbox license, I needed to get the definition. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at it, it defines it as a license that is granted in accordance with section 46. I know we are not there yet, but if you look at section 46, it doesn't really define it. It just tells us what it is. And if you look at it very carefully, it's just saying that a holder of sandbox license shall ensure that senior officers and trustees are fit and proper persons, and that the beneficial owners and shareholders of license are fit and proper persons. That really, in my view, yes, we will come there, but because we are considering 46, leader, if you don't mind, 43, leader, if you don't mind, I am just saying that because this is why the whole sandbox license begins. And so if we really want to do anything, we need to start the definition from here, and we need to be very clear in our minds what exactly what sandbox license is.
Honorable John Darko, I would ask you to hold it. Then when we get to the definition for the sandbox license, then you better the definition. You understand? Because we are now at clause 43. We cannot go and improve upon the definition before we come back to 43. So note it when we get to the definition, then you raise the issue.
Thank you,
Any more on clause 43? In the absence of any further amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 43 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 43 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Consideration of application.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 44 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Grant or refusal of application.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 45 standing part of the bill say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 45 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Standards for holder of sandbox license.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no amendment.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 46 standing part of the bill say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 47.
Assessment, monitoring and supervision of sandbox line.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 47 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 47 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Notice of sandbox license.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 48 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 48 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 49.
Compliance with applicable requirement.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment by members, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 49 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 49 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Amendment, extension, revocation and surrender of sandbox lines.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 50 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 51.
Waiver of licensing or registration requirements for supervised person.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 51 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 51 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 52.
Revocation of license, registration and waiver of approval.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. And honorable members, I must state that the committee doesn't have proposed amendment because after the committee's meeting and amendments were proposed, those amendments were referred to the Attorney General. They integrated all into the bill. It was withdrawn and relayed. That's why the committee doesn't have any amendment, because the amendments were integrated into the bill. So clause 52 is for the clause 52 is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 52 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 53.
Cease and desist order.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 53 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 53 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 54.
Order to apply for license or registration under other law.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members. Any proposed amendment to clause 54? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 54 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 54 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 55.
Requirements for supervised person.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 55 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 56.
Remedial actions.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, the floor is yours. In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 56 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 56 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 57.
Right of appeal.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 57? Honourable members, in the absence of... Yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, clause 57, subclause 2. I recall, I don't know whether there's explanation. I recall we proposed that the notice period should be aligned with the provision under the State Proceedings Act. Here, the share shall be given 21-day prior notice. But, Honorable Speaker, the relevant act says that it should be within 30 days, and the proposal of the committee was to the effect that they should try to align the notice to that. I don't know whether the minister has an explanation why they are keeping it 21 instead of the 30 days day period. I just need explanation because that was the proposal at the committee level. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't follow what my colleague was trying to address. If you can repeat your
The long and short of it is that the notice period of 21 days, the committee has agreed otherwise, but it is still here as 21 days. Honourable Member, is that what you are saying? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was with him at the committee meeting, but I don't want to argue with him, so we can flag this one. When the minister comes around, then we'll see if maybe it's an oversight. We can then get back to the drafters to do what is right.
Well, yes, if I'm a service provider, this will be in my interest rather than giving a long period to regulatory authorities. Because you've taken a decision against me. It is in my interest to get you to review your decision as early as possible. So this favors the service providers more than the regulatory authorities. Why should the regulatory authorities be given a longer period to review their decision in order to avoid court action?
Mr. Speaker, I agree that the provision is to the advantage of the service provider, and that to that extent, a service provider will be happy. But we also reckon that action against the relevant authority is an action against the state. In this case, the Bank of Ghana or SEC. And because there's a prevailing law that says that if you want to commence an action against the state, you must probably send or serve notice to the Attorney General or the agency, concerned, and the notice period should be 30 days notice period. We just wanted to just harmony of our laws, so that in one breath.
Very well. The point is well made. I will direct the drafters to cross-check with the State Proceedings Act. Is it not the notice period in the State Proceedings Act? To cross-check the notice period in the State Proceedings Act and do the needful regarding the number of days that the notice of intention to appeal should be given.
Speaker, I remember clearly that it was about Section 20 of the State Proceedings Act.
Yes, so accordingly direct them to do so. So I will now put a question on 57. As many as are in favor of clause 57, standing part of the bill, subject to the drafters reconciling the period of the notice with the State Proceedings Act, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 57 is ordered to stand part of the bill, subject to the reconciliation of the notice period with the bill with the State Proceedings Act. Now, clause 58.
Voluntary winding up.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no amendment.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 58 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 58 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 59.
Appointment of receiver.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 59? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 59 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Minister, you are welcome. Take note of those who are not voting, and take note of those who are voting. Clause 60.
Powers of receiver.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 60 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 60 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 61.
Repudiation of contracts.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 61 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 61 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 62.
Setting aside pre-receivership transactions.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you look at 62.1, it gives the receiver the power to set aside some transactions within 1 year. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at D, 62.1D, it talks about a transaction based on forged or fraudulent documents. Now, I believe that we shouldn't give crime an expiry date, because if you keep it this way and the receiver finds out this fraud after 1 year and decides to set it aside, somebody can validly challenge this in court. And so I will propose that when it comes to this, especially 59, we take out the 1 year period and make it open so that the receiver can at any time when he discovers fraud or forged transaction can set it aside.
Member, generally, forgery or fraud is a vitiation factor. So irrespective of the period within which the decision is taken, it can always be challenged in court. So this provision will not be a hindrance to anybody having access to justice. So such being the case, what is the actual point about 62D?
Mr. Speaker, I think my point is very clear.
Is it a transaction based on forged?
No, because if you look
at fraudulent document, which the virtual asset service provider has executed to the detriment of a customer and creditor, and any act done with the intention of all the parties involved to withhold assets from customers and creditors of the virtual asset service provider or otherwise impair their rights.
Mr. Speaker, maybe let me make it for the last time. I'm saying that if you look at the 62.1, because it takes the A, B, C, and D refers 62.1, because and if in 1 it says that a receiver appointed under section 59 may within 1 year after the appointment of the receiver set aside the following transaction. So my point was that if we put this time limit on the receiver, okay, it may hinder the receiver in dealing with forged or fraudulent documents. And I'm saying that since these ones don't have expiry date, if you put this time restraint on the receiver, somebody may successfully challenge the receiver if the receiver brings an action to set aside fraudulent activity after 1 year. So that was the point I was making, Mr. Speaker.
So your issue is about the 1 year deadline regarding fraud.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker.
So what period do we give?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that it should be left open so that any time the receiver finds any fraudulent deal, the receiver may be able to bring an action against this forged person or this person who is causing the fraud.
Honourable Member, with the subject matter that we are talking about, I see this provision as getting the receiver to act timeously. If you leave it open, by the time a decision will be taken by the receiver, particularly in case of compromise, the subject matter will no longer be there. So the period here is imposing an obligation on the receiver to act. But it is not saying that beyond that 1 year, an action, properly speaking, will become statutory bad.
Mr. Speaker, now if you are going by your explanation, which is very sound, then I believe that the rendition should be that the receiver shall, and then even limit the time, because if you think that it's going to take a longer period, if it takes a longer period, the person may run away, then we should limit the 1 year period. And this provision should be mandatory. It should be shall instead of may. That's what I would suggest.
Very well. The proposal is that it should be mandatory on the receiver to take steps in these areas within 1 year.
Mr. Speaker, I do share the concern of my colleague, but let's take the financial sector cleanup exercise, for example. We started by anticipating to spend some 15 billion Ghana cedis. We ended up spending 25 billion. The last report that we got from the finance minister, 33 billion. And even in 2026 budget, he's proposing another about 3 billion Ghana cedis. Many of the financial institutions, even their account has not been validated. So almost every day, new issues are coming up. So if you don't do a proper reconciliation and you tie yourself sharp, 1 year, what if after the 1 year, other proposals will come, other institutions will come with their own information that our account has not been validated, the state is owing us. So let's be flexible with this. It may, within 1 year, after 1 year, if there are other issues, the receiver can still deal with those issues. So I think let's be flexible by not restricting ourselves to shall. If you say shall within 1 year, meaning beyond that, okay, what are we going to do?
So, Honorable John Dako, what will be your proposal? By way of, yes, Minister.
Speaker, if I heard him right, his problem was not mainly about the may or shall. His challenge was the time limit within 1 year. But I want him to look at this way. A receiver appointed under Section 59 may set aside the following transactions and recover the assets from the transferee or other beneficiary of the transaction. And this must be done within 1 year. So this is placing time constraint on the receiver to act timeously instead of allowing him any time to do this. So within the 1 year is referring to the time within which the receiver must act. So this is rather in the interest of the customer who may have been defrauded or any other, that we don't wait long for the action to be taken. So that within 1 year is actually in the interest of the customers. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable John Dako.
Mr. Speaker, I will abandon that.
Very well. As many as are in favor of Clause 62 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 62 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 63.
Determination and priority of claims.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any amendment to Clause 63? In the absence of any amendment to Clause 63, the question is, as many as are in favor of Clause 63 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 63 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 64.
Termination of receivership.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 64? Yes, Honourable John Dako.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm just looking at 64.3, if a minister may help us. After the termination of receivership, the law requires a receiver. It says a receiver may abandon the sale of an asset of a virtual asset provider or donate the asset to a charitable institution that promotes public health. Now, I'm trying to understand, Minister, if the receiver abandons the sale, what happens to the asset?
Mr. Speaker, this issue came up at the committee meeting. We said we don't use good money to chase bad money. So if the asset, the value of it, the investment you are making to chase it doesn't worth it, you abandon it. Because why do you spend good money to chase bad money? So if it doesn't worth it, just leave it and move on.
Honourable Member, 3 conditions are spelled out based on which the item will be abandoned. It's not automatic abandonment. First, if the asset is immaterial, it's of immaterial value. That's the A. B, the receiver is unable to sell the assets. And C, the cost of sale of the assets would exceed the amount expected to be received. So these are the conditions based on which the receiver is urged by law to abandon. Yes.
Yeah, Speaker, I just want to buttress the point that it may cost us more to dispose or to act. And so if it is going to cost us more to do it, why do it? So we abandon it. So that is the essence of this provision.
Or you give it to charity.
Thank you. I think that's well explained, Mr. Speaker.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of Clause 64 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 64 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 65.
Directives on receivership.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 65 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 65 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 66.
Application of other enactment.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 66 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 66 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 67.
Fees.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 67 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 67 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 68.
Submission of reports to Parliament.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to submission of reports to Parliament? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 68 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 67 is ordered to stand part of the Clause 68 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 69.
General penalty.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 69 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 69 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 70.
Indemnity.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the indemnity clause? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 70 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 70 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 71.
Guidelines, directives, codes, circulars, and notices.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 71 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 71 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 72.
Regulations.
Mr. Speaker, there's no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 72 dealing with regulations? Yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, clause 72, an issue that came up was the use of the word may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, because we are talking about regulations. There was this proposal, again, it might not have been carried through. There was this proposal that we should change that to shall so that it will be mandatory. In fact, there were other proposals that we should even provide time frame within which there will be regulations brought to this parliament in respect of putting to effect this particular instrument. So I would propose that even without the timeline or the time period, we should change the word may to shall so that the minister will be bound, because it is through the regulations that we can have the bill effectively implemented, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I think you can guide us on this subject matter.
Yes,
because we've read this severally on the floor.
Yes, I will direct the drafters to use the
because
usual rendition.
After the passage of the bill, the ministers will not come back to the House. They don't even bring
so the drafters are accordingly
let's force them
directed
to do what is right.
Use the agreed rendition by this House. The recent agreed rendition by this House. I'll put a question.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
I don't know whether the agreed rendition also has this provision on the advice of the relevant regulatory authority. Must that always be the case that the minister?
Yes, sometimes we say in consultation with the board or by the advice of, it's always in the rendition. Where the issue is not dealing with any regulatory authority, it's not dealing with any board, then we just say the minister may within 1 year make regulations to cover A, B, C, D. But mostly the minister may, on the advice, or the minister may, in consultation with, make the regulation. And all those things are contained in the recent rendition agreed upon by this House. So I'll put a question subject to the directives to the draft person. As many as are in favor of clause 72, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 72 is ordered to stand part of the bill, subject to the drafters tidying it up with the recent agreed rendition by this House. Clause 73, interpretation.
Interpretation.
Honourable members, we look at the interpretation page by page. So page 77. Page 78. '79. Yes, Honorable Jerry
Speaker,
Ahmed Shai.
Respectfully, I'm not too sure if we are still going by Bureau of National Investigation under R. I thought it's now National Investigative Bureau.
Yes.
National Intelligence Bureau.
NIB. It's now NIB instead of BNI. So the draft person will be directed to use the right terminology.
Very well, Speaker. Thank you.
So draft persons take note. We have done the law. Use what is contained in the law. So page 80. Page 81. Page 82. I remember there was an issue relating to sandbox license. Instead of saying sandbox license means a license that is granted in accordance with Section 46. The suggestion is to beef it up and come out with what really sandbox license means in the context of Section 46. So I will accordingly direct the drafters to provide the appropriate rendition. Page 83. Page 84. Honourable members, I will then put a question.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
If you don't mind, remember I requested that we define material change in the definition section. And you
Very
said that
well.
we should
I will
note it
order
down.
the drafters
So
to
if you
provide
can
the
do
definition
that also.
accordingly or appropriately. If it should feature in the clause, it should be there. If it will be in the definition column, it should be there. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I have received a proposed definition for material risk.
Yes.
And I don't know if I can provide that.
Yes,
now.
you can suggest it to the drafters, and they will put it
later.
there for us. Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
thank you so much. Now I'll put a question on clause 73. As many as are in favor of clause 73 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 73 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill, subject to the drafters giving a definition to those words. 74.
Transitional provision.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, at long last, there's no proposed amendment.
It is not at long last. We have the schedules to consider. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the transitional provisions in clause 74. In absence of any proposed amendment to clause 74, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 74 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 74 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the schedule.
Virtual asset services.
Honourable members, we shall consider the schedule page by page. Page 87. Page 88. Page 89. Page 90. 91 and 92. I will accordingly direct the drafters to check the cross-references very well. Honourable members, I'll put a question on the schedule. As many as are in favor of the schedule standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. And the schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to regulate the provision of a virtual asset service in or from the country and to provide for related matters.
Chairman of the committee, any amendment to the schedule?
Mr. Speaker, there's no proposed amendment.
Honourable members, the committee doesn't have a proposed amendment to the long title. It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to the long title? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to the long title, I will put a question. The question is, as many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, this brings us to the end of consideration of the Virtual Access Service Providers Bill 2025. Majority Leader, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate members for diligently working to conclude consideration for the bill and to appeal that I know we are a bit tight, but if we can take the visa waiver agreements, item number 14.
Honourable members, item numbered 14 at page 12 of the order paper. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I move that motion number 14.
Let's start with motion number 13.
Chairman, I move, Mr. Speaker, motion number 13. Mr. Chairman, that notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on the Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Government of the Republic of Angola on the visa waiver agreement for holders of diplomatic and service passports may be moved today. I move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, procedural motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. This is a procedural motion. I will therefore put a question. Now, let's move to the substantive motion 14, item number 14.
Mr. Speaker, motion number 14, that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Government of the Republic of Angola on the waiver of visa requirement for holders of diplomatic and service passports. I so move.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Wait, hold on. Chairman, in moving the motion, present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, the committee met with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and have and agreed on the following: visa exemptions, border control compliance, abrogation clauses.
Honorable member, you have the floor. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, in presenting the report, I'll urge Hansa to capture. I'll urge Hansa to capture the report, the entire report, as if it is fully presented to the House. Mr. Speaker, the committee met with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the staff of the ministry, and we had the following agreement: visa exemptions, border control compliance, abrogation clause, refusal of entry. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee, having thoroughly considered the agreement, finds that the agreement are consistent with Ghana's constitutional and legal requirements, support Ghana's foreign policy objectives, enhance bilateral cooperation, improves official mobility and operational efficiency, carries minimal financial risks, and offers significant long-term socio-economic benefits. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve by resolution the ratification of the agreement pursuant to Article 75 2B of the 1992 Constitution. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you. Honourable members, motion move, report presented. Any seconder? Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. I mean, in principle, we second it. Mr. Speaker, your committee did a very good job by considering the very important and salient component or issues that need to be looked at. One, the abrogation clause was considered, Mr. Speaker. At any point in time, any of the countries can abrogate it. Mr. Speaker, we also looked at the refusal of entry. Whenever, even though there is a waiver and agreement that we are doing, whenever each of the countries feel that there is a problem with any particular traveler, Mr. Speaker, the country holds the right to refuse the entry to that particular traveler. So, Mr. Speaker, with this, I think your members, we also looked at the financial impact, which is key. Even though we are going to waive off some money, it is important that the financial impact is looked at, which will have a toll on the revenue. But, Mr. Speaker, the benefit that these waivers are going to give us goes beyond the financial impact, and your members considered that. And also looked at the duration of stay, which is standard, 90 days for each member. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you and support the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion numbered 14 at page 12 of today's other paper, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honourable members, consequential resolution, item number 15.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the House approve the resolution number 15 at page 12 and 13 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members.
Speaker, I second the resolution.
Very well. Honourable members, resolution moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put the question. As many as are in favour of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution numbered 15 at page 12 and 13 of today's order paper is accordingly adopted. Yes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, item 16. It's not ready. It's not ready. No, let's take the Get Fund bill. Is there a motion? 49. Okay, second reading of the Ghana Education Trust Fund. I thought so. I thought there were 4 of them. That's the next one. That's why I said the next item. Who's talking about reports? The reports are not ready. I don't know.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker. Motion number 23.
Item 16, Mr. Speaker.
Item numbered 16. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, motion number 16 be moved today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, procedural motion number 16 is moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second that the motion number 16 be moved today. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion number 16, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Motion numbered 17.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Government of the Republic of Serbia on the abolition of visa requirement on holders of diplomatic and official service passport. I so move.
Honourable member, in doing so, present the committee's report. Honourable member, you move a motion for the adoption of the committee's report. Present the report.
Mr. Speaker, in presenting the report, I request that Hansard should capture the report as if it is fully read before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved, report presented. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ably second the report. Just like the Algeria, Mr. Speaker, just like Algeria, Mr. Speaker, your committee did a very good work, due diligence, and the whole purpose is to seek to take the administrative bottlenecks out. And then, whilst taking the administrative bottlenecks out, we were very conscious of the border control compliance. So, Mr. Speaker, just like we did the abrogation clause, this one also have it. The refusal and entry clause, we also have it. We also looked at the financial impact and then the duration of stay. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to support the report. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Consequential resolution numbered 18. Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the House approve the resolution number 18 at page 14 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, yes?
Mr. Speaker, I second the resolution.
Resolution moved and seconded, yes?
Speaker, respectfully, I do not think we have the numbers to have this decision made on the resolution. Speaker, we should respectfully, with your leave, Speaker, if we can make reference to Article 75, 2B. Speaker, that says that the President may execute or cause to be executed treaties, agreements, or conventions in the name of Ghana, and B in particular says that a resolution of Parliament supported by the votes of more than 1/2 of all members of Parliament. Speaker, my suggestion is that we do not have 1/2 of members of Parliament, therefore this resolution cannot proceed. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Honourable member, how many are we? Clerk at table.
Speaker, we are
Clerk at
67.
table. I would ask you to ring the bell for 10 minutes. And we follow the procedure. Until then, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the resolution numbered 18 at page 14 of today's order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, if I may catch your eye.
Honourable members. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I realize that you have just moved for the adoption of the motion, but this is a clear constitutional provision for which we cannot derogate from. And so I was thinking that before
Honourable member, I'm not derogating. I asked the clerks to do the counting for me.
Mr. Speaker, so we need to do the counting and be sure before the question is put. Because, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing is clearly derogate from the
Honourable members, motion number 19.
I mean, how?
Mr. Speaker, we'll take item numbered 18. Sorry, 19. 19.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, motion number 19, that notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion, Mr. Speaker, motion number 19 be moved today. I so submit.
Thank you very much. Motion move. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now substantive motion numbered 20.
Mr. Speaker, I move that motion number 20 be moved today. I so submit.
In doing so, present the committee's report. After moving this motion, you are to present the report of the committee, because the motion is asking to adopt your report. So which report are we going to adopt? You must present that report.
Mr. Speaker, I urge Hansa to capture the entire report as if it was read. The committee, having thoroughly considered the agreement, finds that the agreements are consistent with Ghana's constitution and legal requirements. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve by resolution the ratification of this agreement based on Article 75(2)(b) of the 1992 Constitution. I so submit.
Honourable members, motion move report presented. It is for the consideration of. No, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the report. Mr. Speaker, I do this in principle that your committee ably looked at all the reference documents that's necessary. Mr. Speaker, we checked the Republic of Ghana's constitution, we referred to your standing orders, and then we looked at the agreement and the cabinet memorandum, which has some executive approval. So, Mr. Speaker, we believe that the report and the agreement is compliant to our standards, and with this few words, Mr. Speaker, I second it.
Thank you very much. Motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a straightforward motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion number 20 at page 15 of today's order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the report is accordingly adopted. We then move to consequential resolution number 21.
Thank you, Mr.
Minister
Speaker.
For Foreign Affairs.
I beg to move that this House approve the resolution number 21 at page 15 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the resolution.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put the question. As many as are in favor of the consequential resolution number 21, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The consequential resolution number 21 is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
22.
We'll take 49.
20. Exhausting similar motions before. 22 is on same subject matter. That's the last.
We should do 22. Okay, so we'll take 22.
Motion numbered 22. That's the headquarters agreement. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that motion number 22 be moved. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. Motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. It's a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion number 22, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20. The ayes have it. The motion number 22 is carried. Now, consequential motion number 23.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the request for ratification of the headquarters agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and Afrobarometer as captured in motion number 23 on page 16 of the order paper. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present your committee report and urge Hansa to capture the entire report in its entirety, as if it has been read, and in doing so, I proceed to read the conclusion of this report. The committee observes that Afrobarometer has, over the past 2 decades, established itself as a leading continental institution in the generation of reliable, independent, and high-quality public opinion data. Its work has consistently amplified the voices of ordinary citizens and supported evidence-based policymaking at the national, regional, and continental levels. The organization's presence in Ghana contributed significantly to strengthening democracy, governance, accountability, and inclusive development. The ratification of the headquarters agreement between the Republic of Ghana and Afrobarometer LBG is therefore essential to providing a clear legal and operational foundation for the organization's continued activities in the country. Ratification will enhance collaboration between Afrobarometer and state institutions, reinforce Ghana's commitment to data-driven public policy, and facilitate capacity-building programs that directly support the nation's governance and developmental agenda. Having thoroughly examined the provisions, objectives, and implications of the agreement, the committee is satisfied that it aligns fully with Ghana's constitutional and development priorities. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report and ratify the headquarters agreement in accordance with Article 75 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Respectfully submitted.
Honourable members, motion move and report presented. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker.
Ranking member, you have the floor. Ranking member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this agreement. Mr. Speaker, I must say on record that agreeing to host Afrobarometer will make the country a regional hub for credible research-driven policy making. Mr. Speaker, it would make us look or become a global public good. Mr. Speaker, it will help us inform our international policy processes because of hosting the Afrobarometer here. Mr. Speaker, it's also important that we cannot be critically or keenly measuring our SDG goals without having the Afrobarometer headquarters here, which is ably supporting us to be able to do all these things. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly that your committee did a good work, and hosting the Afrobarometer headquarters here is something that we must do as a nation. And with that, I want to support or second this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member, I can hear you now.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Well, the motion has been seconded. It is now for the consideration of the House. So, Honourable Zuera, let me hear you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in considering the motion on the floor, I want to add that to a very large extent, Afrobarometer has become synonymous with our democracy and our governance systems in Ghana. I think annually Ghanaians await the Afrobarometer report in bated breath, especially the major stakeholders and key actors within our political space. They have been consistent in their output in enriching our democratic processes. Their contribution to the effort to fight and reduce corruption in this country cannot be discounted. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I wish to support the motion on the establishment of the headquarters of the Afrobarometer in this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Consequential resolution number 24.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the House approve the resolution number 24 on page 16 and 17 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members, resolution moved. Any seconder? Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I second the resolution.
Honourable members, resolution moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the resolution number 24 at page 16 and 17 of today's order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Yes. Motion numbered 25.
Mr. Speaker, I move that motion number 25 be moved today. I so move.
Motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. I will therefore put the question. As many as are in favor of motion numbered 25 at page 17 of today's order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Consequential motion number 26.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the ratification of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, as captured in motion number 26 on page 17 of the order paper. I so move. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present your committee report and urge the Hansard to capture the entire report in its entirety as if it has been read, and in doing so, I proceed to read the conclusion of this report. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve by resolution the ratification of the United Nations Agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, in accordance with Article 75(2)(b) of the 1992 Constitution. Respectfully submitted.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, clearly, if you look at page 5 of 15, Mr. Speaker, it takes you through the objectives of the agreement. And as the report has been captured, Mr. Speaker, you have 7 key agreements. Apart from these 7 key agreements, Mr. Speaker, your House also considered your committee also considered a few things. Mr. Speaker, one, we looked at the marine generic resources and its benefits that they are going to share with us. Mr. Speaker, we also looked at the area-based management tools that we can have access to as a country. Mr. Speaker, we also considered the environmental impact assessment. Keenly, that is very important because of, the global environmental issues that we are looking at. Mr. Speaker, we also looked at some capacity building that the marine technology will transfer to the people of this country when we sign on to this agreement. Mr. Speaker, and we also look at the legal implications. We believe strongly that your committee did a very good job. So, Mr. Speaker, with these 3 words, I want to support and second that this report be adopted as a report of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion number 26 at page 17 of today's order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Consequential resolution numbered 27. Minister for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House approve the resolution number 27, page 17 and 18 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members, resolution moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the resolution.
Honourable members, resolution moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the resolution number 27 at page 17 and 18 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Yes.
$49.
Yes, honorable members, motion numbered 49, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Yes. Yes. Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Chairman of the committee may present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to present your committee's report. I call on the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, whilst attached on the rationale for the proposed amendment. Mr. Speaker, I refer the House to page 2 of the report. I'll read from point 4.2. Mr. Speaker, the bill therefore seeks to amend the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000 at 581 to expand the object of the fund to include the financing of free secondary education, free education for persons with special needs, free tertiary education for persons with disability, and to make the Ghana Education Trust Fund levy input tax deductible. 4.3, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is expected to encourage more students with disability to pursue tertiary education, reduce financial burden on families, and affirm the unwavering commitment of government to inclusivity, equal opportunity, and social equity in education. The amendment is also expected to improve attendance, concentration, and learning outcomes for learners with special needs and advance inclusive and accessible education for persons with special needs. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying I call on honourable members to support this amendment so that by the end of the day, we can have a dedicated source of funding for free education and support people with special needs and people with disability. I so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, motion moved, report presented. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I say that the proposed amendment is at the core of social inclusion and equitable distribution of our resources. Mr. Speaker, I recall that as of principle, as of policy, in the lead up to the 2024 elections, at the center of the discussion in this country was how do we make sure that we sustain the free senior high school education? How do we make sure that we ensure that people with disability are catered for under our educational system? And I do recall that, Mr. Speaker, the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, promised clearly that they wanted to ensure that persons with disability enjoy free tertiary education. It was black and white promise of the then presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party. The National Democratic Congress had the opportunity and the mandate of the good people of Ghana to lead. And under this leadership, the President, John Dramani Mahama, has appointed Honorable Haruna Idrisu as the Minister responsible for education. And seeing him wanting to implement the vision of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in terms of free education for persons with disability is something noble. Mr. Speaker, it's something commendable. This is the essence of governance. This is the essence of governance, that a candidate promises something, another political party see the rationale and the reasoning in that and decide to implement. And I think that it is very, very commendable. I have to commend the education minister, I have to commend the president for actually listening to the promise of Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia and delivering same, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the education for persons with disability and persons with special needs is something that we all support, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that we will need to support it. Mr. Speaker, without much ado, I think it's a commendable initiative. We will need to have, I think this one should not even spend my time here on this floor, because there seems to be consensus that people who are vulnerable, people who are downtrodden, people who are actually suffering, they are covered under this particular program. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to commend the minister and the president, and also commend the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, for thinking and for having a vision that supports inclusivity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Doctor.
Professor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this bill. And I think this is the first time that we are having a bill that specifically protects the free SHS.
Yes.
And that must go on record. Mr. Speaker, when we made comments that free SHS had no dedicated funding, there were others that argued. And then this bill goes to vindicate the real intention of His Excellency the President. During campaign, it was alleged that when His Excellency comes, he was going to cancel the free SHS.
Fortified it.
But we are seeing an amendment of the GET fund that is catering for financing for the free SHS. Mr. Speaker, also, this amendment is catering for persons with disability. The conscience of any society is judged by how that society cares for the vulnerable. And this government has really demonstrated that they care for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we noticed the allocation in the District Assembly going to persons with disability increased. And not only that, the promise of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to provide free tertiary education with persons with disability is now being enshrined in an amendment of this act. If we cannot support this, what else do we support?
What do you want?
Mr. Speaker, I want to commend highly the Minister for Education, His Excellency the President, and all others who have put in effort to ensure that Ghana thinks about persons living with disability and ensuring that free SHS is also properly funded. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first of all commend the Minister for bringing this bill for us. Free SHS has always been an important subject, and getting a dedicated source of funding so that this policy is secured and this policy has sustainability is a really good move. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 4 of this memorandum finally puts to bed the question of the initiation and who initiated free SHS. Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, paragraph 4, the government realizing the absence of a dedicated source of funding for the free senior high school program initiated in 2018 has raised concern about the sustainability. Mr. Speaker, this puts to bed and definitely tells us that the age-long question that we've always been deliberating on who initiated free SHS has been put to bed in this paragraph. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also go, when you go to the bill and the clauses, the object of the fund, 2B, Mr. Speaker, there's something that we need to clarify, because when you mention second cycle institutions, it says this seeks to provide supplementary funding to the Scholarship Secretariat to grant scholarship to gifted but needy students for studies in second cycle and accredited tertiary. Mr. Speaker, the definition of second cycle in Ghana is secondary school and free SHS. And if so, the import of this is if you are already having a scholarship scheme for free SHS, and the same bill is seeking to get scholarship to sponsor second cycle education, then we need to look at that clause again, because it means that even though you are providing scholarship, you are providing a dedicated funding for free SHS, you are also making provision for scholarship for second cycle. And so it doesn't add up. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at that. With these few words, I'll comment. This is a good thing. This is a good initiative to be done by this government, and I highly commend it for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Education. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the amendment of the Ghana Education Trust Fund Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, if this law passes, and I urge honorable members of Parliament on both sides of the House to support the motion, when it passes, Mr. Speaker, it will give assurance to the continuation of the free senior high school policy initiated by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2018, but probably did not provide for a dedicated funding source for free senior high school. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Atuforsen Minister for Finance decided to uncap the GET fund and to dedicate that financing so that additional resources is made available to finance education. Mr. Speaker, what this House needs to note is that when this law passes, we are also assuring persons with disability of free tertiary education. So it means that any person who gains admission and is a person with disability to pursue higher education will receive support from the government of Ghana, from President John Dramani Mahama. He's assured that he can go through his studies at the higher education level with support from the state. Mr. Speaker, what it also means, we are all not too satisfied with the quality of secondary education in Ghana. But Mr. Speaker, hitherto, our colleagues on this side used to ask primary questions, 2016, 2017. John Dramani Mahama and NDC, show us your social intervention policy. President Mahama is responding appropriately, not just with policy, but with guaranteed funding through legislation to give meaning to free senior high school. So what President Mahama is doing is that he is going to give meaning to your initiative of free senior high school by guaranteeing sustainable, adequate funding for it, including quality improvement, which will improve the quality of secondary education provision. Mr. Speaker, a significant portion of this amendment, and I want honorable colleagues to join me in celebrating this special initiative of President John Dramani Mahama, free education for persons with special needs. Mr. Speaker, there are about 39 special needs and integrated schools in Ghana with about 9,000 learners, including the Akropong School for the Blind, including several other basic schools across the country. Mr. Speaker, currently free senior high school, we have a population of year 1, 473,000, year 2, 481,000, SSS 3, 507,000. Mr. Speaker, it is the President's vision that we should encourage day schools in urban areas, populated day schools in urban areas, and then in rural areas, we can do boarding schools for them. That is a new policy directive of President Mahama. But for feeding, every student in a boarding school is assured of feeding. But Mr. Speaker, I was concluding on schools with special needs, and I'm saying that there are several of them across Ghana, including the Akropong School for the Blind. We need to support them. They are the most vulnerable. So this is the most inclusive initiative of President Mahama. He thinks that marginalized, vulnerable persons who are in need, they need food, even for their emotional and psychological development. So he's saying that when this is done, all of them will have access to free education, including, Mr. Speaker, assistive devices. They will be given assistive devices. Maybe somebody has a problem, hearing impairment. This will go to provide free education for learners with special educational needs. So, Mr. Speaker, President Mahama is walking the talk, and he's coming in with those interventions. Mahama Care is another signature of President Mahama to improve access to medical care and to respond to the question, where are your social interventions as President Mahama? He's appropriately responded to that. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, is the no-fee stress, which is also providing support, financial support, to young graduates who are entering university who otherwise, as a result of their financial standing, may be denied the opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, members of parliament are the best to give testimony to this. There's no MP here who doesn't receive a call or a text message that helped me pay my school fees. President Mahama is taking that burden off you and saying that through Get Fund, he will provide dedicated funding to it. So, Mr. Speaker, let me assure this House that this is not to take away the power of Parliament in approving the formula of the Get Fund. All this will be subject to parliamentary scrutiny and parliamentary approval. But if you want to finance special needs education, you need to do it through the Special Needs Education Unit of the Ghana Education Service. If you want to do no-fee stress, maybe Get Fund will provide additional funding to the Student Loan Trust Fund to be able to provide for that. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge honorable colleagues. The second part of it is a tax levy of 2.5% and tax deductible. What the Minister for Finance have done, Mr. Speaker, in the past, Get Fund will wait and wait and wait. Now he's saying that when the deductions are done, it goes straight to Get Fund, then subject to the approval of Parliament in its formula. So, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, when the Get Fund formula comes to this House, we will insist that some special accounts be catered for in the formula. One, you would need about 65 to 100 million Ghana cedis to support free education for learners with special needs, which will include assistive devices. When the Get Fund formula comes, there will be dedicated support to support the student loan trust in order to deal with the no-fee stress initiative of President Mahama. But, Mr. Speaker, overall, this bill is to assure our colleagues that President Mahama and the NDC is not abandoning or reviewing free senior high school. He is only seeking to improve the quality of its delivery, as we are all concerned. WASI exams have come. We are involved in political blame game as to whether students have done right or they have done wrong. Mr. Speaker, what is important is to pay attention, both government and parents, to our wards in school to make sure that they are fed well and fed on time, fed with quality food, and then quality improvement. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, many of the schools did not benefit from infrastructure support. So you see an educational institution which probably had 1,800 schools, today 4,800 with the same dormitory and classroom. I'm told that Presec and even in Fansiman, they go to assembly, some will go at 8 a.m. and some will go at 9 a.m. because of the lack of infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama intends to invest in infrastructure. We've gotten approval from the World Bank for about $200 million, and a number, as I indicated, Category C schools, 30 will be converted to Category B schools, 10 Category B schools will be converted to A, and all the 10 A schools in Ghana will receive their share of infrastructure by way of classroom and dormitory and quality improvement. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to urge members to support the approval of this so that we give meaning to free secondary education. And, Mr. Speaker, what the previous government did is a redefinition of basic education. So, for our purposes in Ghana now, basic education includes secondary education. So history will vindicate President Mahama tomorrow that he has invested more in basic education, but the emphasis should be on foundational learning from kindergarten through primary 6 to junior high school, but now extended to free secondary education. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our colleagues and to assure members that the financing for free secondary education will come to stay. Financing for free tertiary education for persons with disability will come to stay. And financing for persons with special needs will come to stay when this legislation passes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Honorable.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Amershai.
Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion on the floor. Speaker, first of all, today we are here and we are discussing free senior high school. Speaker, when we were talking about free senior high school, the deputy minister who is walking out of this chamber, Speaker, he was marching on the streets and singing free SHS 419. Free SHS 419. Free SHS 419. Speaker, today, as we speak, when you go to Fumbisi, his constituency, you have one of the highest enrollments in that constituency. Speaker, today we come and sit in this chamber, and the conversation is that we are uncapping. And if you didn't have a car and you bought a battery, where were you going to put the car battery? Today, through His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, most of you, your children are now getting free senior high school. Today, it is through oil money that we are. It is through oil money that we are funding. You have never had patience. You never want to listen to anybody. Minister of Roads, please resume your seat. You have never had patience. Sit down and listen. If you care to know, if you go to KEA, the enrollment levels,
Honorable members, I will give the opportunity to everybody who wants to contribute. So take notes, unless there is a breach of the standing order. You would interrupt strictly based on standing orders. Yes,
Speaker,
Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
And I'm very surprised that we have a majority that is highly intolerant. When we were making when you were making your contributions, we sat down and listened to you. Take off your shades. It's not. You are in the chamber. Take off your shades. How do you wear shades in the chamber? Speaker, throughout this process of having free SHS, the NDC's stance, the posture, has always been to oppose it. Today, free SHS is working, is active. Your children are going to school. As members of parliament, what you only get to do is to support them with trunks and mattresses and school bags. And then you have come to say you are adding sanitary pads. Today, if Nanado has not made free SHS possible, you wouldn't have the enrollments you are having in your constituencies. Today, there is what we call the STEM school. Go to Wejagbawi. The STEM school is almost done. People are learning robotics. It is through the vision of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Today, we are here. TVET is working. TVET is working. You don't want to hear that TVET is working. It is working. It is just because Nana Addo made it possible. You are here. You don't want to listen to the fact that TVET is working. If you look at the manifesto of the new patriotic party, the issue of people with disability is captured. What we need to do as a house is to agree that it is not just for you to come and say that you are giving access to people with disability. You are to make sure that you provide them with the necessary infrastructure. That is what is key. When we started, didn't you say that we needed schools before people can start? We needed to build infrastructure before people can. We have built a lot of schools. What you have done is to depart from completing those schools. Wake up and finish those schools. And let us all understand that without free SHS, you won't be where you are. We thank you. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. I want you to understand that the infrastructure gap for us is key. Whatever we need to finish, let us come together as a house to ensure that those infrastructure, those schools which have not been completed, we will finish the construction of those schools. If you come to Wejagbawi, you will see that the STEM school is almost completed. Let us complete it so that our children will not learn just the normal form of education. They can learn the robotics and they can have other forms of education. Mr. Speaker, with this, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
Honorable John Dako, you know the rules. That after your front bench, I don't bend back. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister for Education has already said it all, and therefore there isn't much to add. It is important for us to appreciate the fact that if our society is to develop, if our economy is to develop, it has to be a knowledge-based society. And we must make sure that basic and secondary education, or the set of knowledge that everybody who passes through basic education and secondary education will acquire, is spread across board and everybody has it evenly. If this happens, it has a significant impact in the development of any society. And over the years, we've all been struggling to ensure that there is universal access to basic education and there is universal access to secondary education. It is the struggle for universality that led to the NPP attempting to redefine basic education to include secondary education, so that in keeping with our constitutional obligation,
that basic education shall be free, compulsory, and universally accessible also applies to secondary education. However, the challenge has always been infrastructure and, of course, financing of consumables. And we faced the challenge of infrastructure for a very long time. Luckily, in 2000, we passed the GET Fund. The GET Fund came as a major intervention to deal with the financing of education. At that time, GET Fund was enacted focusing on tertiary education financing. That was really the underlying philosophy behind the establishment of GET Fund. But over the years, GET Fund has tended to finance education across all sectors. The capping of GET Fund dealt a deadly blow to the fund and its capacity to deal with the financing challenges of the education sector. The uncapping of it now, clearly, and if you look at the figures, the amounts that are being allocated to GET Fund is definitely enabling the financing of education in this country in a way that has never happened before. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Education pointed to something we were probably not paying attention, which is the question of where should our focus be? Should it be day education or boarding schooling? Because that has been the major bottleneck when it comes to access to education and the financing of education. Because in most jurisdictions, when they talk about free secondary education, it is the tuition that has to be free. If you choose to go and collect people's children and then come and keep them and feed them and house them, and you say you are doing free education, you will end up just burdening the rest of society unnecessarily. And that is why the NDC, if you recall, in the 2020, campaigns, when we're having this debate between, I think 2018, when we're having this debate between free secondary education, whether we should have, day schools or boarding schools, we opted for free secondary education, but focusing on day schools. The idea is that when you do more day schools, you are able to finance it as an economy. But when you burden yourself with more boarding schools, then you will have the burden of having to construct dormitories, having to construct dining halls, having to construct assembly halls, and then having to feed the children. Those who insisted on boarding schools, what did we see? We saw a situation where they could not afford to feed the children. They were starving the children. Schools were rampantly closing. Schools were not reopening on time. And at the end of the day, the secondary education was collapsing. It was free, but it was only free in name. It was only free in name because anytime children were going to school, parents had to fund them. They had to buy food for them. They had to feed the children. And in the process, they ended up mismanaging secondary education. Indeed, it became a very, very important consideration in the minds of people when they went to vote. So even though you kept telling Ghanaians that you had done the impossible and you had given them free secondary education, they did the unimaginable and they woefully voted you out of office. They voted you out because the one thing that you said you were giving them free, ended up not being free. That is how come you lost miserably in the elections. Because your so-called mantra of free secondary education, doing your mathematics and assuming that all the children who have gone through secondary education within that age bracket will vote for you, those children queued and voted against you. They voted to protest against the bad food that you are feeding them with. They voted to protest against you for running double shifts. They voted to protest against you by closing schools rampantly. And they voted to protest against you because at the end of the day, you were not even providing them with textbooks. That is how you lost the election. The secondary school children voted against you because they had experienced free secondary education and they knew that it was everything but free. Mr. Speaker, the NDC promised them that when we come into office, all the social intervention promises that you had made or instituted, we will perfect them. We will perfect them. We will reset it and we will let it function properly. And that is why today we are creating a dedicated funding source for free secondary education. So, Mr. Speaker, let me urge the Minister for Education, that we should take the commitment to restructure secondary education so that the emphasis should be on secondary education. Because as an economy, we are not yet there. We are not at that point where we have enough resources to provide free everything. So let's focus on what is most essential. Most essential is tuition. And so in the urban centers, let's populate the whole place with schools that are close to the homes of the children so that they can commute to school on a daily basis. So that we can pay teachers well. We can resource the schools with the necessary materials, textbooks, science laboratories, and well-motivated teachers so that we will have quality education. We cannot continue to pretend that our education quality is satisfactory when all we are doing is spending money building dormitories, building hostels, building dormitories, and the teachers that we need to motivate remain unmotivated. The textbooks that they need to learn, we don't supply them with adequate textbooks. We want to run a scientific society and we are not investing in laboratories in the schools. How will we succeed in providing a society that is producing people with the necessary skills when all we are doing is just building dormitories, building this, and when you go to the school, there's no laboratory. When you go to the laboratory, no materials. When you go to the library, no textbooks. You go to the computer labs, no labs. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that today this bill has come and we are reforming the financing of free secondary education. We will not abandon policies begun by the NPP. We will perfect them. And today stands in testimony to our commitment to perfect NPP policies. Policies that they introduced and yet could not implement properly, we will implement them properly. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I will give the opportunity to the Minister to give concluding remark. Minister, please wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by thanking honorable members for speaking in support of this amendment bill. And Mr. Speaker, to just draw our attention to one thing, that in 2018, this House amended the Get Fund Act. The previous administration brought an amendment to this House, and we passed it. And the object of that amendment in 2018 was to do one major thing. I read the object. The 2018 amendment says, an act to convert the value-added tax component allocated to the Ghana Education Trust Fund into a levy which is not subject to the input-output method of computation and to provide for relevant matters. Mr. Speaker, Clause 3A, subclause 3, further stated, the levy is not subject to an input tax deduction. Mr. Speaker, this particular act led to the cascading effect of the Get Fund levy and brought serious burden on taxpayers. Today, the amendment is seeking to reverse this unfortunate amendment that we made to the Get Fund levy. By doing this, we are going to lose revenue. By decoupling this and removing the cascading effect, we are going to lose 1.7 billion cedis. By doing same to the NHIL, we will lose another 1.7 billion cedis. But President Mahama says, don't worry, let us put back 3.4 billion into the pockets of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, this is the intention of the president. A lot have been said about the other amendments that this amendment is seeking to do. One of them is providing dedicated funding for free secondary education. And for the naysayers, the doubting Thomases, who were saying that President Mahama, for the doubting Thomases, I'm an optimistic Thomas, I'm not a doubting one, who suspected that President Mahama was going to cancel free secondary education. Today, you have your answer. Since the beginning of this year, when President Mahama took a bold decision to use Get Fund to fund secondary education, we have not heard Charles threatening to close down schools. Now the students are eating well. The students are sleeping better. We don't want this to remain an administrative directive. We want to engrave it in a law so that tomorrow, if unfortunately some destroyers come to rule this country, they don't reverse these gains. Mr. Speaker, the NDC government introduced Get Fund. Somebody came and capped Get Fund, denied Get Fund of the resources, and God knows, only God knows what they use the money for. Today, we have reversed the decision to cap Get Fund and free it and use it to fund education as it was originally meant for. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage all of us that let's support this. Let's support President Mahama because he has pure and good intentions for this country. On this note, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you know you are my very good friend. You had your time to speak on this issue. So why do you want a second chance? Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000 at 581 to provide financing for free secondary education, free tertiary education for persons with disability, and free education for persons with special needs, and to allow for deductibility of the Ghana Education Trust Fund levy.
Honorable members, having carried the motion, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read the second time. Yes, Majority Leader.
$50, Mr. Speaker. 50 is...
Honourable members, Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Yes, clause 1.
Section 2 of Act 581 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, 2E, amendment proposed, 2E.
So, honorable member, before you can go to 2E, F and G, the proposed amendment in 2A, B, C, D should be withdrawn so that the
Mr. Speaker,
existing rendition remains.
2A, B, C, and D have been abandoned.
Yes, as well as H.
Yes, withdrawn.
Very well. I'll put a question. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we would abandon it, but it should reflect what is in the original Act, Act 581. Now, when we get to H, I'm just looking for it in the original Act. It may just be the alphabet which has changed. So I agree with him that you don't need an amendment to 2. It can stay as it is. We are just adding E, F, and G as you guided him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so honorable member do the needful by deleting the 2A, B, C, D, and H.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully deleted.
Honorable members, the proposal is to delete clause 1, 2A, B, C, D, and H. It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, by deletion means that the original rendition in the parent act stands. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest that we take a second look at it because I know the Honorable Minister of Education has always been in favor of GET Fund being able to work on its own, but not being an appendage of the ministry. And as such, I think the proposal was to amend 2A to delete through the minister, but to provide to make it to provide financial support to the agencies.
Yes. Honorable, look at it this way. The original rendition has through the minister in the second line, 2A,
yes.
The second line.
Yeah, but that is what I thought we were deleting through the minister and to leave it as to provide financial support.
The entire provision is being deleted to stand by the original rendition in the clause.
Yeah, I'm pulling the original act, parent act here. But at the same time, we just also, whilst I'm pulling it, realize that we just passed the Scholarship Authority Bill into an act. And here is stating Scholarship Secretariat, which we don't have anymore. So that one.
Yes, by the Interpretation Act, the passage of the Scholarship Authority Act, changing it from Scholarship Secretariat to Authority, the transitional provision in the Scholarship Authority Act, therefore, take care of the section. Wherever Scholarship Secretariat appears, it will must be read as Scholarship Authority. That's the essence of transitional provision in every bill.
Mr. Speaker, I do agree with you, but we have the opportunity of amending the act now. So
by implication of law, that has been amended. So you need not bring it forward for specific amendment.
So, Mr. Speaker, you are saying that we are abandoning the removal through the ministry, and also abandoning
that's the proposal.
And abandoning
A, B, C, D, H.
Because these proposals, this proposal is something that it will help get fund to be able to work very well. Mr. Speaker, if you realize the get fund was supposed to support even with textbooks, and it's not been able to.
Well, honorable member, let's do some exercise. Look at A, the original rendition, and then look at the proposed rendition and tell me whether there is a difference. If no difference, it's not broken, why do you fix it? Look at B and tell me the original rendition in B. What is the difference? If it is not broken, why do you fix it? Look at C. Look at D. The old bill and the new bill.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I agree with you, but I think laws are also supposed to be progressive, and we need to be able to allow the fund to operate freely. And we know the formula also, when it's done, is brought to Parliament for Parliament to approve on it. So, for instance, if you are also abandoning H, where it says that to provide monies to support any other educational activities and programs for the promotion of education, why can't we, as Parliament may approve, instead of as the minister may in consultation with the board?
Look, that is the original rendition in E. Let me read it for you. To provide money to support any other educational activity and programs for the promotion of education determined by the minister in consultation with the board. So if you look at it, that is in H. What are you amending?
So I'm proposing that we amend it to state as Parliament may approve, because the formula is always brought to Parliament.
So you want to amend what they want to abandon because it is the same rendition in the existing law?
Yes, I want to, instead of abandoning it, amend it to state
members,
as Parliament
I'll
may
put a question.
approve.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's have some clarity on what has happened here. We have a bill that seeks to amend the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act. What does the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act say? It has a clause 2 which deals with the object of the fund. This amendment bill has a clause 1 which says that we are going to substitute clause 2. My understanding is that we are no longer substituting clause 2. We are no longer substituting clause 2. We are now only inserting 2 or 3 additional
2 or 3 additional subclauses. Are you getting it? Yes, we are inserting 2 or 3 additional subclauses. So the procedure that we need to adopt now is to abandon clause 1 of this bill, abandon it completely, in which case there's no substitution taking place. Then when we come to clause 2 of the bill, we will abandon subclause 1, subclause 2A, 2B, 2C. Do you understand that? When we abandon it, then we now proceed to introduce an amendment to clause 2F. E. Is that okay?
E, F, and G.
By now replacing E with a new rendition, which is to fund free secondary education. Then add another clause, F, which is to fund free tertiary education for persons with disability. And then add another clause, subclause H, to fund free education for persons with special needs. And to now bring what used to be E to a final clause G, which will read, not H, G, I, in fact I, final clause I, which will read what the original subclause E read, which is to provide monies to support such other educational activities and programs for the promotion of education as the minister in consultation with the board may determine. This is what we should be doing, Mr. Speaker. I hope there's clarity.
Yes, Mr. Honorable members, if you look at the memorandum, page 2, if I may read, the bill therefore seeks to amend the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000, Act 581, to expand the object of the fund to include 1, the financing of free secondary education, 2, free tertiary education for persons with disability, and 3, free education for persons with special needs, and to make Ghana Education Trust Fund levy input tax deductible. So the actual reason for this amendment is to expand the object to include these 3 things, but never to delete the object and substitute. That is the reason for which the substitution is being abandoned to only take care of what the memorandum of the bill says we should do. That is the expansion to include funding of free secondary education, funding of free tertiary education for persons with disability, and funding of free education for persons with special needs. These are clearly what the memorandum is telling us to do. So we now want to operate in accordance with the memorandum. Once the memorandum is not asking us to delete the entire clause 2, we want the entire clause 2 to stay, and we'll do exactly the expansion by adding these 3. That is what I understand the chairman of the committee to be doing. It is in view of that that I want to put a question. All those in favor of the deletion proposed by the chairman of the committee? All those in favor of the proposed deletions by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the proposal of the chairman to delete clause 2A, B, C, D, and H is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, chairman of the committee.
Thank you very much.
So I will direct the draft persons to take care of the phrases and the realignment of the numbers after carrying out the proposed amendment. Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed, the new F reads to fund free secondary education.
Yes.
Amendment proposed to fund free secondary education. That's F.
So, yes. So leave the renumbering. Just read what is here. I will direct the drafters to do the numbering.
So I should read all?
Yes.
And then the new G, to fund free tertiary education for persons with disability. The H, to fund free education for persons with special needs. Then it will follow.
Yes, the rest of the
Yes.
All members, this is the proposal and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes?
Speaker, I don't know if I'm jumping ahead, but I mentioned that to the minister that it would be prudent to consider. I know this should be under interpretation, but just because we are discussing this now. So when you look at G and H, it says to fund through the ministry and its agencies free tertiary education for persons with disability. And then H also counts with persons with special needs. But when you peruse the Parent Act, it hasn't captured, they have not been defined under the interpretation. Persons with disability and persons with special needs. So my submission respectfully would be that we should look at that and define them so that we know who the persons with disability are and who the persons with special needs are.
Very well. Let me put a question, then you can propose that. Yes?
Madam Speaker, before you put the question, I have the understanding as moved by the chairman that the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2020, Act 581, referred to in this act as a principal enactment, is amended in subsection 2 of section 2 by the insertion after paragraph E. Is that the understanding I have with him? Then after E, he provides for H.
No, E, F, G.
E, F, G. All right, thank you. Then I support the proposed amendment by him. Thank you.
Very well. Then I'll put a question. The question is, as many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment as proposed by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shai.
Speaker, I made the request for the House to consider G and H and ask that should be captured in the interpretation.
Persons with disability
that we should have
and then persons with special needs.
Persons with disability defined.
Is it not defined in the Disability Act?
Oh, but Speaker, in reference to this particular, because Speaker, what about special needs? If it is defined in the Disability Act,
we have to check the Disability Act because the Disability Act is a law that deals with.
Well, but Speaker, that's what I'm asking. What about special needs? Is that
yes, we can find out from the law.
Very well.
Yes.
So it's a proposal. If it's been captured, and we think that it doesn't have to come in here, Speaker, I would abandon.
Mr. Speaker, if I have your indulgence,
Yes.
Honorable Ahmed, I've taken note of your concern. We're actually talking about learners with special educational needs. We can't just limit it to persons with special needs. They must be in an educational institution, as I've observed. We have integrated schools, and it must be learners with special educational needs. Where it is appropriate, Mr. Speaker, you can ask the draft person to define the
Very
technical
well.
word. Thank
So,
you.
draft person, if it is not well captured in the Disability Act, you can provide a definition for it accordingly. You are so directed. Yes.
Speaker, you see, the minister actually even confirms my position.
Yes, that is why I am directing the draft person
Very well.
to
Very
take
well.
care of it.
Very well, Speaker.
Honourable members, we will then move to clause 2.
Section 3A of Act 581 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of clause 2, standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the long title.
An act to amend the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000 at 581 to provide financing for free secondary education, free tertiary education for persons with disability, and free education for persons with special needs,
Yes.
and to allow for the deductibility of the Ghana Education Trust Fund levy.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the long title? Any proposed amendment to the long title? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposal to the long title, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honourable Richard Achampong, I saw you on your listing before I close down the chapter on consideration.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to find out from you the issue raised by Honorable Jerry in terms of the interpretation.
Yes, I've directed the drafters.
Okay.
Yes. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the consideration stage of the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2025. Honourable members, Honourable Majority Leader. Honourable Majority Leader, can we take the motion number 51? The consequential motion number 51.
Mr. Speaker, we can take 51. We can take 51.
Yes, Minister for Finance, move the motion numbered 51.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Ghana Education Trust Fund Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion ably move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members,
Thank you
motion
for the
moved and
third.
seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000 at 581 to provide financing for free secondary education, free tertiary education for persons with disability, and free education for persons with special needs, and to allow for the deductibility of the Ghana Education Trust Fund levy.
Honourable members, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2025 is now read the third time and passed. Yes, Majority Leader.
There's a very important statement that has been made. Very, very important statement. So, Speaker, let's admit that statement.
Honourable members, we have a statement standing in the name of Honourable Dr. Kabiru. Honourable, you have the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I tribute to His Royal Highness now Professor John Sebiyam Nabila Wulgunaba, traditional leader, scholar, statesman, and a servant of the people. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the people of Walwala and indeed the entire of the Northeast region to pay a solemn tribute to one of Ghana's distinguished sons, now Professor John Sebiyam Nabila Wulgunaba of Pasinke, a scholar, statesman, traditional ruler, and a servant of the Republic, whose life was devoted to the pursuit of knowledge, public service, and the preservation of our cherished customs and tradition. Born on 15th December 1940, now Professor Nabila rose from humble beginning in the then northern region to become one of Ghana's foremost academics and traditional rulers. His journey from the classroom of Pasinke, of Gambaga, of Pusiga, of Tamale, and of Ghana's premier university to the world's greatest university stands as shining testament to the transformative power of education and the unrelenting desire of now professor to attain knowledge. Mr. Speaker, he obtained his Bachelor of Arts with honors in geography from the University of Ghana and proceeded to Michigan State University, USA, where he earned both his master's and doctoral degrees in geography, specializing in population and medical geography. For over 4 decades, Professor Nabila served with distinction at the University of Ghana, rising through the ranks to become Professor of Geography and Resource Development. He guided countless students and mentored generations of Ghanaian scholars. His intellectual leadership and pioneering research in population, health, and environmental studies influenced policy at national and international levels. In recognition of his academic excellence and dedication, he received the Best Teacher Award at the University of Ghana in 1998. Mr. Speaker, beyond academia, now Professor Nabila answered the call of public duty. He served as Member of Parliament and Minister of State for Presidential Affairs and Information during the Third Republic, contributing to strengthening our democratic governance. He later served as Vice Chairman of the National Population Council, 3 terms member of the National Council of States, and subsequently a 2-term President of the National House of Chiefs from 2009 to 2016. In that capacity, Mr. Speaker, he distinguished himself as a bridge between tradition and modern governance, guiding the institution of chieftaincy with wisdom, integrity, and foresight. The idea of codifying chieftaincy, especially with regards to lineage and succession, and also establishing a research desk at the National House of Chiefs were his brainchildren. In the words of the National House of Chiefs, Mr. Speaker, the late Wulgu Naba was, I quote, distinguished statesman, academic, and traditional ruler whose life embodied humility, wisdom, and commitment to national unity. As Wulgu Naba of Pasinke, now Professor Nabila took the skin name, Na Pugangso, meaning chief of all people, irrespective of tribe, status, or association. Simply, a chief who does not discriminate. His name captured his heart and spirit, thus inclusive, compassionate, and profoundly human. Though a royal, he carried himself with striking humility. He was comfortable in academic groups as he was among his people in the village, listening, guiding, and uplifting. His leadership was defined not by the distance of privilege, but by the closeness of service. He led his people with dignity and compassion, upholding peace and promoting education and development in his traditional area. Mr. Speaker, for his lifelong service to Ghana, he was awarded the Companion of the Order of Volta, one of the highest national awards, or one of national highest honors. Now, Professor John Sebian Nabila exemplified the finest qualities of Ghanaian spirit: humility in leadership, integrity in service, and devotion to knowledge. He was a man who served with both the pen and the stool and skin. Thus, a scholar who never lost touch with his roots, and a chief who embraced the promise of progress. As we mourn his passing, let us also celebrate a life that enriched our nation and strengthened the fabric of our democracy. He was one of our own, a pioneer legislator representing the Walwalo constituency. His passing is not just a loss to the North, but to the nation at large. Ghana has lost a bridge builder and a patriot. Mr. Speaker, we however take solace in his legacies. His legacy lives on in the institution he built, the students he mentored, and the example he set for all who believe that service to one's people is the highest calling for all. His Royal Highness was a towering symbol of national leadership, cultural preservation, and natural service. His life worked bridges and sacred. His life's work bridged the sacred and the civic, leaving an indelible mark on the Mampruku Kingdom, the Gbewa Chieftaincy Fraternity, and the Republic of Ghana. As a pioneer figure of the Assemblies of God Church in Ghana, his deep faith and moral uprightness are virtues we take pride in. Mr. Speaker, may the soul of now Professor John Sebian Nabila, Wulgu Naba of Pasinke, rest in perfect peace, and may his life's work continue to inspire generations of Ghanaians to serve with wisdom, humility, patriotism, dignity, and honor. Rest well, distinguished son of Ghana. Rest well, Na. Rest well, Prof. Rest well, servant leader. Your nation salutes you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Kabiru, thank you very much for making that salient statement. I would proceed to recognize the Honorable Minister for Education to take his comment, then I'll come back to my bedside.
Mr. Speaker, I should thank the Honorable Member for Wale Wale for the fitting tribute to His Royal now Professor John Nabila Wulgu Naba, a distinguished academic, and an achieved politician and a sober personality. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I should add that the traditional royal of hood of Mamprogo have lost a towering personality whose influence in northern Ghana, and particularly he left an indelible mark, Mr. Speaker, at the University of Ghana, particularly when he was head of the geography department. There were many who got to campus those days, didn't know where to lay their heads because they were traveling. Mr. Speaker, if you recall our
Honorable members, can you humbly resume your seats?
If you recall our generation, there were many young students from the north who traveled to the University of Ghana, and probably on arrival in Accra and on the university campus, it was their first opportunity to be in Accra. Professor Nabila then helped settle many of those young ones into University of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we benefited enormously as a country from him when he worked at the National Population Council on matters of reproductive health for young people. And I don't even know the difference between adolescence, adulthood, and those age. I learned from him when he gave the cohort of the age category, of which category were adolescents and those who were adults, and what was expected of their behavior at the time. Mr. Speaker, he served the PNC government very well, and for many who knew him, he was very instrumental in resolving many conflicts using the influence of his traditional authority. I hope that, Mr. Speaker, to his memory, we will work to revive the Wulugu farms for whatever it is. We should work to revive the Wulugu farms in honor and in his memory. So, Mr. Speaker, I join the honorable member for Wale Wale in extending our profound sympathies and condolences to his family, the Wulugu Naba of Pasingpe. Pasingpe is one of the areas where we can easily get the school to be an A school, whatever it is, whether from A to B or not. It has a fitting infrastructure for it. May his soul rest in perfect peace. May his work continue to inspire more young people to be academics, and along the line, if they have to be political, to serve with integrity and with purpose. Allah wa ta'ala grant and repose the soul of Wulugu Naba. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister for Education. Yes, Honorable former Minister for Sports.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also comment. And also let me use this opportunity to thank the member for Wale Wale for making this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, the demise of now Professor John Sebiam Nabila has left a very deep void in our country and in the heart of many who knew him. Mr. Speaker, his life was a remarkable gift to the people of Mampurugu and, in fact, Ghana as a whole. He carried himself with dignity, wisdom, and quiet strength that touched many lives across the nation and also generations. Mr. Speaker, now Professor John Sebiam Nabila, as a traditional leader, served with real humility and authority. He guided his people with patience, compassion, and unwavering commitment for peace. As an academic, he stood tall as one of the Ghana's finest in geography. His scholarship, his dedication, to research and his lifelong devotion in pursuit of knowledge shaped countless students and strengthened our institutions, our national institutions. Mr. Speaker, our revered chief, now Professor John Sebiyam Nabila, gave himself fully to the nation, never seeking the spotlights and never demanding recognition. Whether in the lecture hall or in the national service or as a traditional tool, he remained steady, thoughtful, and deeply principled. His legacy is one of integrity, discipline, and love for Ghana. For us in the North, and for me personally, his loss is very, very painful. He was a father figure to many, a custodian of our heritage, and a source of guidance of leaders at all levels. His counsel is always honest and very calm, grounded with fairness. On behalf of the people of Yagaba Kubori constituency, and on my own personal behalf, Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend my heartfelt condolence to the family and to the royal family of Passenger and the entire Mamprugu Kingdom. May the Almighty God grant him peaceful rest and strengthen all who are mourning him now. Now, Professor John Sebiyam Nabila journey must have end on earth, but his legacy will continue to guide and inspires many generations. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Education.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to comment on the well-presented eulogy by the Honorable Member for Wale Wale in the wake of the passing of a noble, well-respected, astute, and humble Ghanaian intellectual, traditional leader, and politician. Mr. Speaker, I got to know the late now Professor Nabila in person in 1992 when I gained admission to the University of Ghana. But even before that, I had known of him through my father, who is now late as well, because they were mates at the university. It was always my dream to be a geographer. And so when I gained admission to the University of Ghana, I was hoping to have been in his department. He was the head of the geography department at the University of Ghana in 1992. As fate will have it, I was not given geography as one of my 3 subjects. But I impressed upon my father, and I cried severally for him to take me to see then Professor Nabila, the head of geography department, to change one of my courses, that was archaeology, to geography. And now Professor Nabila agreed to take me as his student. Unfortunately for me, the then Dean of Social Studies, the late Professor Nkwanda, who happened to be an archaeologist, refused to sign the change form, arguing that if all students were allowed to leave archaeology, his discipline would come to an end. Later on in my life, I got to meet him when he became the chief, and I can recount his humility and how welcoming he was. But he's one of those personalities that made you feel at ease and at home. Indeed, his demise is not just a loss to Mamprugu, it's a loss to academia, it's a loss to the Republic, and it's a loss to our traditional rulership. May he rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nuruddin, my very good friend. You have the floor.
Speaker, these days our friendship is shaking.
Then, Honorable Nuruddin, if our friendship is shaking, I'll withdraw the floor that I have given you.
Rebuild it well. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I will first of all want to use the opportunity to thank MP for Walwale, Dr. Kabiru, for making this statement. Mr. Speaker, the people of Mamprogo has lost a great son. The people of Ghana has lost a statesman. Mr. Speaker, Chief Professor Nabila was not just an ordinary chief in Mamprogo. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the Mamprogo tradition, he was the first son of the overlord of the Mamprogo traditional area, the Duguma Nayiri. Mr. Speaker, Professor Nabila served his people as chief, and if you go to the Wurgo traditional area, you will realize that a great man was occupying that stool. Mr. Speaker, he didn't just occupy the stool as a chief, but he also made sure that he lobbied for development to his traditional area, in the area of good water, in the area of healthcare, provision of chief's compound, and other health needs of the people. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the time of Professor Nabila, when he was the president of the National House of Chiefs, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that he did at the National House of Chiefs that made a lot of chiefs in this country very happy was when he authored the National House of Chiefs Code of Royal Chiefs. Mr. Speaker, it was a great thing that he did as the National House of Chiefs. Mr. Speaker, he also used his position as the president of the National House of Chiefs in 2015, when there was a dispute between striking doctors and the government of Ghana at that time. It was the president of the National House of Chiefs, the late Chief Nabila, who helped in resolving the dispute between the striking doctors and the government of Ghana. At that time, His Excellency, the current president, John Dramani Mahama, was the president. Mr. Speaker, he also used his position to serve this country in many ways. Mr. Speaker, if you observe, the time that he was the National House of Chiefs, any time we were approaching elections, he used his position as the president of the National House of Chiefs to preach peace to the people of Ghana for a peaceful elections. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to use this opportunity to send my condolences to the chief mourner, who is the Duguma Nayiri, His Royal Majesty Nashirga Mahame Abdullah Sherga, who is the overlord of the Mamprogo traditional area, and the people of Mamprogo. May the soul of the good professor and the good chief rest in perfect peace. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I also got to know Professor Nabila when I became a student of the University of Ghana. And on one occasion, my mother mentioned to me if I knew my uncle, Professor Nabila. Subsequently, I got to meet him, and I worked at the Human Rights Center of the Faculty of Law, which was then run by Professor Kwashiga, and also a German NGO called Frederick Stiftank. And the NGO, in the transition days when Ghana was transitioning from
military rule to democratic government, and we're trying to build our institutions, including the institution of chieftaincy and others. There were a lot of workshops and seminars that these NGOs funded, and at several of them, I listened to Professor Nabila present one paper or the other. So clearly, this man was a highly knowledgeable person, had great institutional knowledge about our country and how it should be structured. Later on, as I got to delve deep into his background, then I got to know that during the PNC regime, he was indeed the Minister for Defense of the then government led by Dr. Hilal Imam. And then I connected because my own father was also at that time the Member of Parliament for Boku Central on the ticket of the same party, which is the PNP. So, Mr. Speaker, it made us closer. Subsequently, Professor Nabila's daughter took over from me as the head of an NGO that I had established with my colleague, Professor Raymond Atuguba. And up to date, she is the head of the NGO, which is the Legal Resources Center. So I've had a very long association with the professor. I've had a long association with the family, and indeed politically, we've had a long association in terms of our families and the parties in the 70s and government in the early 80s. So, Speaker, it is indeed sad that he has left us. Of course, he was very aged, and we all pray that we get to live such a life of service to our community, our society, our country, our governments, and I urge colleagues tomorrow, the ceremony is at the the conference center. So I urge colleagues to make time at 9 o'clock in the morning for us to join the family and his friends to pay tribute to such a glorious life, a life well lived, a life of service, a life of dignity, a very accomplished life. Even though whenever somebody passes, it is a sad moment, but when we know that a person passed through this earth and left an indelible mark, we should be celebrating that life. A lot has been said about his role in maintaining peace in the North, and I believe that we need more people like that in the North, especially at this critical juncture where the North is beset with a lot of unfortunate incidents of lack of peace and security. We, those who come after them, must follow after their footsteps and work together and build on the legacy of building enduring peace, which people like Professor Nabila have bequeathed to us. Let me once again express my condolences to the family, express my condolences to the people of Wulgu, and express my condolences to the Mamprugu Kingdom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of statement. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we've had a very productive day. And at this stage, I believe we've done more than... Which one? Where is it? Where is the other paper then? I know, but they haven't done it. Just one item.
Yes. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we were hoping to... Second reading. Yeah. No. Second reading. Second reading. Second reading. Mr. Speaker, there's a very critical bill that, it's just a one-clause bill, the Petroleum Revenue Amendment Bill that we're hoping will pass today. And we had asked for an addendum to be printed to that effect. Mr. Speaker, we need to give the clerk at table a few minutes to see if he could put things in order for us. And in the interim, we have engaged. Oh, I'm communicating engagement to you. This is constructive engagement. This is constructive engagement. I'm saying that this is constructive engagement. Constructive engagement.
Honorable members.
It's a commitment. This is a commitment.
We'll continue tomorrow. Honorable members, I think we have done more than 5 hours. So, Order 56.2 should guide all of us. Having done more than 5 hours, I will then proceed to adjourn the House without motion. This House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, the 12th day of December 2025 at 12 o'clock in the afternoon.